Hello. Very good morning to each and everyone. I extend a delightful welcome to all the respected guests, dignitaries, scientists, students, and each and every participant of today's program. Not only at the NIO, but at all other 8 venues wherein students have gathered in large numbers. 13th December, birth anniversary of our beloved leader, late Manohar Parrikar. Simplicity and impeccable integrity were the hallmark of Manohar Parrikar's personality. He symbolizes zeal and intensity for selfless duty till the last breath. Manohar Parrikar was India's first IIT qualified chief minister. But this description doesn't capture even a fraction of his achievements. He used his natural brilliance to serve the country. First, as a committed grassroots volunteer, then as 4 times popular Chief Minister of Goa, and finally contributed to strengthening India's national security as Defense Minister. Such an inspiring life is only to be celebrated. Yes, we have gathered here for the 5th edition of Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav, organized by Department of Science and Technology and Waste Management, Government of Goa. And today we are pleased and honored to have with us Honorable Shri Vishwajit Rane ji, Health Minister, Government of Goa, Dr. Anil Kakodkar, former Chairman, Atomic Energy Commission of India, Dr. S. Somanath, Chairman ISRO, Chairman Advisory Committee, Jose Manuel Noronha Sir, Shri Sanjay Goel, IS, Secretary, Science and Technology. We have with us Dr. Sunil Kumar Singh, Director, NIO, Dr. Levinson Martins, Director, Science and Technology. Once again, a very glad welcome we bring to you this morning, filled with desires, hopes, and to welcome this August gathering and to give an overview of Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav. So please.
A very good morning once again. Honorable Minister for Health, Shri Vishwajit Rane, Dr. Anil Kakodkar, Dr. Somanath, Dr. Sunil Singh, Mr. Srinivas Dempo, Mr. Goel, the young scientist, Dr. Madhav Raj, Levinson Martins, Chairman of the Pollution Control Board, Dr. Uday Singh Rane from the GPSC, young boys and girls. Before I make a formal welcome, for those of you who are here for the first time, I'll just run you through a small presentation on this is not functioning. Right. So the Mahotsav in honor of late Mr. Parrikar began in the year 2019, and ever since, this is the 5th edition of this program. We've had a series of lectures year after year, and almost 30,000 students have benefited from this by attending this program directly, and a large number who have attended it virtually. To begin with, we had 2 MOUs signed, one with the CSIR DG, that is of the NIO's parent body, and one with the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. They helped us to source scientists for you. We had a Nobel laureate Professor Ada Yonath, who spoke to us from Israel at one time on antibiotics. Last year we had a professor from Oxford University who spoke on chemistry and the fun elements of chemicals, sciences. This year we have a host of brilliant scientists who have come. Here a little later, Dr. Somanath will speak to you on the Chandrayaan mission. We have Dr. Anil Kakodkar, the famous scientist from the Atomic Commission. And we'll have also Dr. Madhav Raj, who will speak to you on his achievements at ISRO over the last few years. He has been also selected for the Manohar Parrikar Yuva Scientist Award, the first awardee that we are giving. That would give him a citation plus a cash award of 5 lakh rupees. And my honest appeal to Dr. Madhav Raj is, despite all your achievements, remain humble, because this award is being given in honor of a very humble politician, a humble technocrat, Mr. Manohar Parrikar. Today we'll also be signing an MOU with an agency that will help us to source scientists and lecturers for the future as well. We'll be releasing a small book which is highlighting all the lectures that we have done over the last 5 years, a synopsis of each talk. So if any of the students who are here are interested, they can go through that. We'll supply that to you in e-form as well. And we'll also be honoring Dr. Madhav Raj, who's here. At this point, I have to sincerely thank Dr. Anil Kakodkar for having spared such a lot of time with us, endless hours in discussions, whether it was virtually, whether it was physically here, to finally zero down on 1 out of 106 young awardee that we are giving today. I once again welcome you all to this venue, and very specially so today that we have our health minister here with us. Sir, welcome to this program. You'll be very glad to hear the talks that are going on here today, and that our young children who are here will get an opportunity to mingle, speak, and discuss with the top-notch scientists of the country. I welcome you once and all. Thank you for being here. And as I end, we have made a short clip on a movie on Mr. Parrikar, which will be shown to you just now. Thank you.
India boasts a rich legacy of scientific breakthroughs, from the concept of zero to combating the COVID pandemic through indigenous vaccine development. In tribute to this legacy, the late Shri Manohar Parrikar, ex-Chief Minister, former Defence Minister of India, Padma Bhushan awardee and a visionary in science, pioneered a platform for global scientists to share insights with Goa students. He sparked a movement celebrating scientific discourse, notably through the Nobel Prize series. Launched in 2018 by the Nobel Foundation and the Swedish Embassy, this two-day scientific event engaged around 10,000 students, researchers, academicians, industry professionals, and the public. Through roundtable conversations, interactive debates, lectures, and a month-long exhibition organized by the Nobel Foundation. It provided a platform for impactful scientific dialogues. However, in 2019, after the unfortunate demise of Shri Parrikar, Goa's presiding Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant, has carried forward his vision and ideas. The government of Goa, under the leadership of Dr. Pramod Sawant, put together the Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav to commemorate his birth anniversary. It is now an annual event that continues to serve as a source of encouragement for young minds.
I also ensure that this event will be supported by the government in the years to come.
The Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav is orchestrated by an organizing committee led by Chairman of Goa Public Service Commission, Mr. Jose Narona, and features experts from fields of science, technology, and education. This collaborative effort has ensured the success of the event and enriched the experience of scientific talents across the state. The committee has collaborated with several premier institutions such as Council for Scientific and Industrial Research and the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Prime Minister through MOUs. These collaborations have played a crucial role in identifying renowned experts to mentor the young participants of Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav, elevating the event's significance. Over 50 distinguished figures, including spanning various scientific fields, have graced the Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav, including Nobel laureates like Dr. Ada E. Yonath, former ISRO chairman K. Kasturi Rangan, AIMS director Professor Dr. Randeep Guleria. These luminaries have shared their insights, making Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav a remarkable stage for science enthusiasts. In the past 4 years, Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav has made a significant impact, benefiting over 20,000 young minds across 8 venues, inspiring Goa students to contribute meaningfully to the scientific community and India's technological heritage.
Last year, I got an opportunity to participate in Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav, where I got an amazing chance to learn about really interesting topics in science like epigenetics and astronomy from renowned scientists across the globe.
It is an opportunity for students like me to listen and interact with greatest scientific minds of India.
I would like to thank our state government for providing such greatest opportunity, particularly to a rural student like me.
This year, our school visited URSC, ISRO, Bangalore, and so I am looking forward to meeting the chairman of ISRO, Dr. S. Somanath, who has made India proud with Chandrayaan mission and Adit L1.
Entering its 5th year in 2023, Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav promises a grander event. The highlight of MPVM 2023 is the Yuva Scientist Award, offering a substantial 5 lakh cash prize and a prestigious citation. Young innovators from across India vied for this honor. Chaired by renowned nuclear physicist Dr. Anil Kakodkar, former chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission of India, at the 5th Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav, we have elevated our stage, igniting more exchange of knowledge. This year, we are honored to have Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kakodkar, the former director of the Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Trombay, along with the ISRO chairman S. Somnath, who spearheaded the Chandrayaan 3 mission that raised the bar for the scientific community across the globe. Get ready, because Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav 2023 is set to become the ultimate knowledge exchange hub for India's rising young scientists and technologists.
Thank you. Now, Rona sir, for this warm words of welcome. We are honored to invite all the dignitaries to kindle the flame of enlightenment and officially inaugurate the 5th edition of Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav. I request all the dignitaries to come forward to light the auspicious lamp. As the lamp is being lit, may its radiance touch each and every one of us, kindling the immortal flame of knowledge and understanding in us. Thank you, everyone. I request Dr. Levinson Martins, Director, Department of Science and Technology, to escort all our dignitaries on the dais. Can we hear it for all of them, as this is actually a dream coming true, that Chairman ISRO, Dr. Anil Kakodkar, and all renowned scientists on one platform on occasion of this 5th edition of Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav. To make this occasion happier, I would be glad to request our volunteers to welcome our guest by presenting a bouquet as a token of love and respect towards them. Honorable Shri Vishwajit Rane, Honorable Health Minister, Government of Goa, we extend our warm welcome towards you, sir. Dr. Anil Kakodkar, well-known nuclear physicist. Dr. S. Somanath, Chairman ISRO, and today's keynote speaker. Shri Sanjay Goel, IS, Secretary, Science and Technology and Waste Management, Government of Goa. Shri Sunil Kumar Singh, Director, National Institute of Oceanography. And Dr. Levinson Martins, Director, Science and Technology and Waste Management Department. And with huge round of applause, we welcome a Chairman Advisory Committee, Sir Jose Manuel Noronha, sir, who has taken a very keen interest in making this happen. 5th edition of Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav. Can we hear a thunderous round of applause for Sir Jose Manuel Noronha? We are pleased and honored to have with us Dr. Anil Kakodkar, who has very close bonds with Goa. He's a pioneering figure in India's nuclear energy sector. Starting at BARC, he became its director in 1996 and subsequently led as chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission. Notably, he developed various nuclear reactor systems, resurrected failing units, and spearheaded the advanced heavy water reactor. Kakodkar focused on leveraging India's vast thorium resources for energy production and played a pivotal role in India's strategic nuclear program, including the country's successful nuclear test in 1974 and 1998 at Pokhran. He continues contributing to advancing thorium utilization and non-fossil energy resources for India's energy needs. His India's Padma Vibhushan awardee, as well as Goa's highest civilian awardee, Gomant Vibhushan. Can we hear it for him? With a kind and humble request, I request him to deliver his address and also to throw light on Manohar Parrikar Yuva Scientist Award. Dr. Anil Kakodkar.
Honorable Minister, Shri Vishwajit Rane, Chief Guest for the program today, Dr. Somanath, Chairman ISRO, Shri Sanjay Goyal, Dr. Singh, Director of NIO Goa, where we are holding this very important program. Dr. Narona, Dr. Livingston Martin, distinguished people who are present in the audience, including Dr. Madhav Raj, whom we are going to recognize and honor today, and most importantly, my dear students. First of all, let me extend my welcome to all of you to this Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav, an excellent initiative of Government of Goa. We're running this Mahotsav for 5 years. This is the 5th edition. And we just heard from Dr. Narona the impact it has made in kindling the minds of young people, young students of Goa. I'm here in my capacity as the chairman of the selection committee for the new initiative that is beginning this year, which has been announced by Honorable Chief Minister of Goa with respect to identifying a young scientist, Manohar Parrikar Young Scientist Awardee. This again is a very important initiative. In fact, they say that if you want to create a great society in a great nation, then there are 4 things which are very important. One is institutions. I'm not talking about government institutions. Second is infrastructure. We can all understand the importance of infrastructure. Third is technology. And fourth is incentives. And it is this 4th element that is getting further enriched by way of this new initiative of Government of Goa, namely the Manohar Parrikar Young Scientist Awards. When these awards were announced, and this being the first year, we had a lot of discussion, a lot of brainstorming, as Dr. Narora mentioned, essentially to figure out how this scheme should be implemented, what should be the objective. And it was felt collectively by the entire committee that we should essentially kind of recognize young scientists below the age of 35 years because that's roughly the age when you're through your learning phase, all the way up to the highest level of learning, which could be a doctorate. It's not a hard and fast condition, but an important milestone, or which could be even a postdoctorate experience in some prestigious research institution. And then you are kind of sitting on your own career path, pursuing research. So we said we would look for such people who are now decided to pursue their research in India and try to select the best among them. Because that's also the age when the young people are trying to establish in their own laboratories. They're trying to establish in terms of selecting directions of research, set up collaborations, and so on and so forth. So that's the right time for both recognizing the individual as well as rewarding the individual. Again, being for the first time, initially there were some challenges. It was looking as if whether we will get adequate number of entries. And thanks to the team led by Dr. Narona, they made tremendous efforts to reach this information to almost all corners of this country from where we could seek nominations. And that resulted in good dividends. As Dr. Narona mentioned, we had as many as 106 nominations. And it really became a challenge to shortlist them and finally select one. And so we also felt that the shortlisted nominees, because, finally we select one, but doesn't mean that somebody who scores 99% and somebody who scores 98%, certainly who scores 99% is ahead of who scores 98%, but doesn't mean there is a difference. Maybe there is no difference. So I think there is a nice booklet of finalists, the 14 finalists whom we actually talked through a personal interaction. And they're all listed here, the kind of work these people are doing. That will also give you an idea as to how competitive the process was. And I must thank all my colleagues on the panel to have taken painstaking efforts in engaging with these nominees, trying to understand what they are doing, trying to understand what their mission is, what is the potential these young people have, and then make a choice. And so it has been a great experience personally for me to interact with these young people. And I'm sure, particularly for the young students out there, I would say this booklet is a very important thing. And I would like to see you appearing at least in this booklet, if not the young Manohar Science Yuva Scientist Awardee in years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this address. And now it's time to bestow the Manohar Parrikar Yuva Scientist Award. With great pleasure and pride, I would like to call on stage Dr. S. Madhav Raj. Doctor, please be seated. great pleasure, I would like to read the citation. Dr. S. Madhav Raj is a homemade aerospace scientist and has made important contribution to success of India's Chandrayaan-3 mission. He obtained his B in Aeronautical Engineering from Anna University, Chennai, India in 2009, M.Tech in Aerospace Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, Chennai, India in 2012, and PhD in Aerospace Engineering from Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru, India in 2020. He joined the Indian Space Research Organization in 2011. He is currently a spacecraft trajectory designer at U.R. Rao Satellite Center, ISRO, Bengaluru, India. His notable contributions include spaceflight design for landing missions, re-entry missions, interplanetary deep space missions, and satellite formation flying missions. He designed maneuver strategies for Chandrayaan-3 to acquire the desired lunar orbit starting from Earth parking orbit. He also developed the optimal control algorithm and non-linear tools for powered descent lander trajectory design. His work was instrumental in achieving precisely the desired lunar orbit and powered descent starting condition for Chandrayaan-3 lander. Dr. Madhav Raj is a young associate of the Indian National Academy of Engineers, recipient of ISRO Young Scientist Award for the year 2018, the INA Young Engineer Award for the year 2021, and IEI Young Engineers Award for the year 2022. Government of Goa, the Department of Science, Technology and Waste Management is pleased to confer on him the Manohar Parrikar Yuva Scientist Award for 2023. Dr. Anil Kakodkar, Chairman, Expert Committee, Manohar Parrikar Yuva Scientist Award 2023. Dr. Pramod Sawant, Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Goa. I would like to request Honorable Shri Vishwajit Rane sir to confer this Manohar Parrikar Yuva Scientist Award on Dr. S. Madhav Raj. Shawl, Shrifal, bouquet, citation, and 5 lakh rupees is the award which is conferred on Dr. S. Madhav Raj. Thank you. All the dignitaries, kindly be seated. It's indeed a pleasure to welcome Shri Sanjay Goel, IS, from Department of Science and Technology and Waste Management, Government of Goa, and Professor Umesh Wagmare, Professor, Indian Academy of Science, Bangalore, for signing of MOU. Wagmare, sir, could you please come on stage? This MOU is being signed to recommend the names of well-known scientists and experts in the field for Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav for years to come. Kindly exchange the MOUs, sir. Thank you, Goel sir. Thank you, Professor Wagmare. I would now like to request Honorable Shri Vishwajit Rane ji to launch a book, which is a compilation of Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav, 5 years journey, a photo guide. Thank you. A dynamic personality, a strategic administrator, a visionary leader that Goa has got. As a Minister for Health, Women and Child Development, Forest, who has won several hearts with his outgoing nature to extend help to people. A kind request to Honorable Health Minister, Government of Goa, Shri Vishwajit Rane ji, to share your thoughts on this special occasion.
Good morning. It gives me great privilege and honor to be here representing our Chief Minister who could not be amongst us today. Among such dignitaries like Shri Kakodkar, who I have seen as a child, growing up, the achievements and reading about Shri Kakodkar. Shri Somanath ji, who is the Chairman of ISRO, Dr. Jizain Arona, Sunil Kumar Singh ji, our Secretary Goel Saab, Dr. Levinson, Director Science and Technology, dignitaries, Bremen Sheth, my colleague, Mr. Dempo, and other dignitaries and students present here today. Actually, when I was coming here, I think suddenly our Chief Minister had to go somewhere else, which was also equally important, and asked me, so I was given something to read out. All I can think today is, when you speak of someone like our late Chief Minister, Manohar Parrikar, all that comes to my mind is all the memories and the flashbacks of the type of individual he was. When you come first time for a function like this and you attend a function, Mr. Kakodkar will know, he's interacted with him so many times. A man who was a technocrat, he believed in discipline, and he wanted the younger generation in a different Goa, a science-different Goa, and he wanted to use science, technology to basically drive the policy for development of a different Goa and create a unique product of Goa. That was always in his mind. And he was very discipline-oriented. Thinking of him today at this special occasion of the Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav, it's a great privilege for me to be here among all of you today here. And also, when we think of our Chief Minister, who has initiated this, today we are at the 5th edition of this Mahotsav, having experts and I would only say leaders like you in various fields, achievers like you, who are able to guide the younger generation and tell them your perspective about actually what's happening globally and overall in the country. Today I was sharing with Dr. Somanath is that we always see you on television, but I still cannot get over the moment when our Prime Minister was abroad and that last like you can say, over the last few seconds before the Chandrayaan landed on the moon was a great moment of pride for every Indian. And we would like to congratulate you once again here at this occasion for this fantastic achievement. All of us see these things on television. But I always say wherever I go is drawing inspiration from our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, who encourages technology and innovation. And also this Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav, which has been initiated by our Chief Minister Dr. Pramod Sawant, is going to go a long way. Having the younger generation exposed to different type of people from different fields and scientists coming and giving them their perspective, giving them the exposure to what is actually happening. Because today technology is not waiting for anybody. If one has to progress, one has to be keeping pace with what is happening all over. Technology is something like today I was just looking at Honorable Prime Minister's speech the other day, interacting with large sections of experts and people from different fields on utilization of AI and the speed of which AI is moving. Dr. Juzain Aruna, who has taken the initiative in the last 5 years to put this together and to get various experts. I was told that more than 30 expert scientists have already come and given different lectures, and today we have about 19 of them. I mean, he is somebody who has put this together, and I think it's a fantastic thing what you have actually initiated and done. I would like to also make a mention, when we talk of Mr. Kakodkar and we talk of someone so senior as him, I mean, his experience and experience that you share, sir, with all the younger generation, and especially like us. Many times we as ministers feel that we know everything. It is not so. Ministers also have to learn. They have to also, just like students, we need to see that we take the right type of advice from experts like you. If we have to build a better state, if we have to build a state that is a very different kind of a state, when you believe in innovation, technology-driven state, using of science, and for sustainable development, then it is someone like you, someone like Dr. Somanath, and all of you from this particular field and fraternity who can guide us actually in policy making and taking things forward. I would like to congratulate our scientist who is the Manohar Parrikar Yuva Puraskar Awardee winner for this year, Madhav Raj. Wishing you all the very best. Coming here today gives you only a different insight to actually what is happening. And the credit goes to our Chief Minister Dr. Pramod Sawant for initiating this Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav. That is going to go a really long way. And long way, why? Because today there are not only few students, but there are several students who are from different locations who are going to get the benefit of interacting with experts, scientists, understanding what is happening globally, and motivating them. It is very important to motivate the younger generation so that they move in a particular manner forward. Today it is also important to see that curiosity of science is also generated and created among the younger generation. Younger generation is our future. Creating and also nurturing this type of talent in the younger generation is what this Mahotsav is going to be doing. And also awarding and giving encouragement to scientists who actually contribute in a different way. I was just given a little brief of the award winner today, Madhav Raj, of your contribution in the Chandrayaan. And exactly, it's so important for your experience also to be shared, actually what you felt, how you were taking things forward. It's very important. Many times in the field of science, I am not a scientist, but when you have some people like Dr. Somanath, Dr. Kakodkar, who my father has also interacted on many occasions, we are so proud to have somebody from Goa itself, our own Goan, who has grown up to such a rank to head the Atomic Commission and give us guidance at various levels. It is important. I firmly believe today the way science is progressing, whether it is any sector, if you are not able to keep pace, like the Prime Minister always says, if you are not able to keep pace with science and innovation and technology and start thinking out of the boxes, how do you want to make policies, how do you want to move forward, it is so important for us to take guidance from someone like you. And the dignitary is sitting here so that they are able to guide us, guide the states on policy formulation. And when we talk of sustainable development, many times I personally feel this sustainable development, when we politicians talk, I think there has to be something more that happens. There has to be something, it has to be vetted by somebody like you, sir, who can actually give us that insight to actually what we are talking and what we want to, maybe we have an objective. We may be having a correct line exactly where we want to reach, but exactly how do you reach there? It is so important for us, and it's so important also to, engage the younger generation in understanding actually what is actually happening. It is not only watching on the television, but when you interact in such sessions, and especially through this Mahotsav, which has been initiated by Dr. Pramod Sawant, the Chief Minister of Goa. I think it's a great thing that he has done on bringing everybody together. Today, when we have somebody like Dr. Kakodkar, who is actually the chairman of the panel, selecting a scientist who has contributed, it means a lot, because somebody who is an achiever is also seeing the potential of somebody who is upcoming and going to make a name for himself. It is so important, and to that type of encouragement, to create that type of encouragement through this award that has been initiated by this Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav, and also with great contribution from Dr. Jose Narona. I would like to congratulate him. I never knew that he was a part of this. So when I was told, Mr. Upendra Joshi mentioned me, Dr. Jose Narona is the one who has been putting everything together. I would like to also thank Dr. Sunil Kumar Singh, the director of NOIO, for being a part of this great event. And having this event on the birth anniversary of our leader, Shri Manohar Parrikar, who was a great technocrat, grew up from the ranks, became the Chief Minister of the state, became the Defence Minister of the country, handpicked by Shri Narendra Modi ji. I mean, it's a proud moment for us, and what could be a better thing than having such a function on the occasion of his birth anniversary and commemorating it. I mean, it is something really unique. I would like to thank the organizers and the Chief Minister for giving me an opportunity to come here today. But definitely, I would also like to appeal to the younger generation. I can see many faces from our government officials also, younger generation also. It's very important to learn. Education is something that never stops. Enriching one's knowledge and understanding how things are moving forward will only help you see what is happening and what's coming onto you. Many times people feel, and a wrong notion is spread that, utilization of AI is going to put so many people out of jobs. Yes, but then you have to be competitive enough. There's different other avenues that are opening. In the area of healthcare, I keep seeing interacting with doctors in several international, and our Indian doctors also are well exposed and who are now coming and putting things in a different way. Things are changing, and if you have to keep up with change, I seriously feel that having experts like you giving us that insight, perhaps we will be in a better position to drive policy and make our state a much better place to live in, much better, having better science-driven policies, utilization of new technology and innovation, which will help us have proper, and policies, when they are made, they should be really time-tested, and it has to be tested in such a way. But because when I say this, I think I need to make myself a bit clear, is having experts like you, having your experience, vetted and inked into that policy so that it helps us move in a particular fashion. And I strongly believe having people like you on board to guide the state and guide the younger generation will help us make Goa a better state. Thank you so much for having me today. I would like to also congratulate our Honorable Chief Minister, who is not with us today, for having initiated this, because this is going to go a long way. And I'm sure, like he has said, that he has initiated this award. And apart from this, making this grow at a bigger scale is his vision. I'm sure he's going to make this a success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for these enriching thoughts that you've shared with us today. Friends, our Honorable Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant ji, was supposed to grace this function, but due to some urgent work, he had to move out of Goa. But he has sent his wishes for this Mahotsav virtually. Let's watch this video.
Good morning, students. For the 5th Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav, distinguished guest, Mr. Vishwajit Rane, Health Minister, Government of Goa, Dr. S. Somanath, Chairman of ISRO, Bengaluru, Dr. Anil Kakodkar, former Chairman, Atomic Energy Commission of India, Sri Narona, the Chairman of Goa Public Service Commission and Chairman of Advisory Committee of Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav. Sri Sanjay Goyal, IAS Secretary, the Science and Technology for the Waste Management, Dr. S. Madhav Raj, the Scientist UR Rao Satellite Center, ISRO, Bengaluru, Dr. Sunil Kumar Singh, Director, NIO, eminent scientists who are delivering a lecture at various other venues. I am extremely happy and delighted to be part of this event today for the 5th edition of Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav. My government has marked this day as the Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav to commemorate the birth anniversary of late Sri Manohar Parrikar, former Chief Minister of Government of Goa and Defence Minister of Government of India. Science, technology and innovation very close to his heart, and he used this as a decision making in the governance of the state. I am happy to see that this event has become a flagship event of the Department of Science and Technology. Students, teachers and researchers are looking forward to this date to listen and interact with the scientists of international repute. On this day, the 19 scientists are interacting with our students in 9 different venues. This, I am sure, will help to inculcate scientific interest and temperament among the participating students and teaching community. I am congratulating for the Minister of the Science and Technology and his department for ensuring and planning this event meticulously by identifying eminent scientists from different fields. I want our Goan student to become a prominent scientist and contribute for the progress of the state of Goa, the country and the world at large. I am glad that Dr. S. Somanath has taken a time out to talk and interact with our students here and inspire them to achieve greatness. I am very proud to inform that this year our Goan son, Gomanta Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kakodkar, former chairman of Atomic Energy Commission of India, who has carved his name in the international circle of eminence. We also have with us Dr. Madhav Raj, he is scientist, UR Rao Space Center ISRO, Bengaluru. He has his PhD in Aerospace Engineering, Indian Institute of the Science, Bangalore, and specialist in the satellite design and space dynamic, interplanetary trajectory design. He has just been awarded Manohar Parrikar Yuva Scientist Award 2023. Department of Science and Technology has signed an MOU with the Principal Scientist Advisor, Government of India, and with Director General, CSIR, for supporting this event by providing eminent scientists. We are now also signing a MOU with Indian Academy of Science, Bengaluru. Indeed, this is an opportunity one must utilize for advantage and future scientific development of the state. This year, more than 6,000 students will be participating at various venues, including the new venue at Darbandoda. The event will also be live streamed on Facebook and YouTube, where all the general public can participate and get motivated by the great scientific mind of our time. I am also thankful for NIVO Director Dr. Sunil Kumar Singh for his unwavering support to this event. I assure that this event will be supported by the government in years to come. समेस्त गोंयकारांक हांव परत एकदा मनोहर पर्रीकर विज्ञान महोत्सवाच्यो खूब खूब परबी दिता आणि आज परत एकदा मनोहरभाई पर्रीकरांक तांच्या जयंतीच्या निमित्तान याद करता आसतना समेस्त गोंयकारांच्या मनात मनोहरभाई सातत्यात आमी म्हणटाले की सायन्स इनोव्हेशन आनी टेक्नॉलॉजी हाज्या खातीर वळखले वताले. आज आमी त्यांचोच विचार फुडें व्हरता आसतना आमच्या गव्हर्नन्सान इनोव्हेशन डिजिटलायझेशन हे सगळे फुडें व्हरत आसा आणि त्यांच्या यादीस्त हो मनोहर पर्रीकर विज्ञान महोत्सव आमी पुराय गोंया आनी देशा खातीर ऑर्गनायज करता आणि आज पयलो मनोहर पर्रीकर सायंटिफीक अवॉर्ड आमी आज दिलो हाजी म्हाका खोस भोगता. ह्याच कारणात गोंयांत वेगवेगळे आमचे भुरगे सायंटिस्ट जावचे, इनोव्हेशन रिसर्च ह्या फिल्डात फुडें येवचे म्हणून सुद्दां आमी हायर सेकंडरी ह्या हायर एड्युकेशन ह्या क्षेत्रात दर वर्सा रिसर्च करपा खातीर पुराय ग्रँट ही गव्हर्मेंटाच्या वतीन दिता. म्हाका दिसता पयलेच गोंय सरकार आसतलें ही अशा पद्दतीन ग्रँट दिवपी. हांव समेस्त हायर एड्युकेशनांत शिकपी सगळ्या भुरग्यांक तुमच्या मदलो सायंटिस्ट मुखार येवचो, तुमी वेगवेगळ्या पद्दतीन म्हणजे रिसर्च करपाक फुडें येवचें हें तुमच्या लागीं मागता. म्हाका दिसता मनोहर पर्रीकर विज्ञान महोत्सव हो तुमच्या खातीर एक बरो इव्हेंट आसा. तुमी सगळे जाण ताजो खूब मोठ्या प्रमाणात फायदो घेतले आनी गोंयांत एक बऱ्या पद्दतीचो सायंटिफीक कल्चर डेव्हलप जावचो हाज्या खातीर सरकार वावुरता. तुमीय ताजो फायदो घेयात. परत एकदां हांव मनोहर पर्रीकर हांकां आग्गा ओंपता आनी म्हजी 2 उतरां सोंपयता. देव बरें करूं.
देव बरें करूं. Dr. Pramod Bab Sawant, Adharaniya Mukhyamantri. We thank him for his wishes and a message to all the students. Thank you so much. Friends, it's really our honor to have amidst us the chairman ISRO, Dr. S. Somanath. Seeing him live with such a proximity is really a feeling of pride and privilege for all the people of Goa. Sir, a kind request to you to please occupy this special chair for a moment. Yes, sir. Dr. Somanath, Secretary of the Department of Space and Chairman of the Space Commission, previously served as a Director of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center and Liquid Propulsion Systems Center with a background in mechanical engineering and aerospace engineering, specializing in structures and dynamics. He played a pivotal role in PSLV and GSLV Mk3 development, recognized with honors like Space Gold Medal and awards from ISRO. He is a fellow of INAE, AESI, ASI, and holds positions in global astronautical organizations while contributing to publications in structural dynamics, launch vehicle design, and management. We are really honored to have amidst us, sir. Kind request to Honorable Shri Vishwajit Rane, sir, to felicitate Dr. S. Somanath in presence of all the dignitaries. He's also a keynote speaker for today, and we all are eager to hear him. Thank you, sir. Kindly be seated. Request to all the dignitaries. I request our chairman, Sir Narona, to present mementos to all our guests. Honorable Health Minister, Shri Vishwajit Rane, sir. Dr. S. Somanath. Dr. Anil Kakodkar. Honorable Shri Vishwajit Rane. Shri Sanjay Goel, IS, Secretary, Science and Technology. Dr. Sunil Kumar Singh, Director, NIO. Dr. Levinson Martins, Director, Science and Technology. Thank you, sir. A kind request to Honorable Shri Vishwajit Rane, sir, to present a memento to our dashing Chairman of Advisory Committee, who with his sheer dedication, hard work, and invaluable contribution to this Mahotsav has made this success like every year. Sir Jose Manuel Noronha. Thank you, sir. Kindly be seated. And now I request Dr. Sunil Singh, Director, CSIR NIO, to propose words of thanks.
Thank you very much. Honorable Health Minister of Goa, Sri Vishwajit Rane ji, Dr. Anil Kakodkar ji, former Chairman, Atomic Energy Commission and Secretary of Government of India, Department of Atomic Energy, Dr. S. Somanath ji, Chairman of ISRO, Sri Josh Manuel Narona ji, Chairman Goa Public Service Commission, Dr. Sanjay Goyal ji, Secretary Science and Technology and Waste Management, Dr. Madhav Raj, Scientist, you are SC, ISRO, and you are Scientist Awardee, all the esteemed speakers at various centers, Advisory Committee and Organizing Committee members, teachers, students, ladies and gentlemen. I am fortunate to be part of Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav for last 5 years. In fact, since its inception, over 30 numbers of scientists have spoken and interacted with the students in Goa. In fact, the outreach has covered more than 25,000 students directly in the state of Goa and numerous others through social media. This is one of the unique flagship event of Department of Science and Technology and Waste Management, Government of Goa, to popularize science and to inculcate scientific temperament in young minds. With this effort, I am sure in the years to come, Goan student will scale greater heights to be top scientists of this great nation and will leave a mark at international level. I would like to thank Honorable Chief Minister of Goa and Honorable Minister of Health, Government of Goa, besides Chief Secretary of Goa and Secretary Science and Technology and Waste Management, and our Advisory Committee, Organizing Committee members, and all the support and painstakingly working toward the success of this event. My sincere thanks to all the speakers at all 9 venues, including here at NIU. My sincere thanks to Dr. Anil Kakodkar ji for being present here today to speak to young students and for being one mentor to us, beside for his time and support as Chairman of Selection Committee for Manohar Parrikar Yuva Science Award. We are also fortunate to have Dr. S. Somanath ji, Chairman ISRO, amongst us, who has taken our nation at a different height in the field of space research, and wish him and ISRO all the best on his way for scaling greater heights in the near future. This event has been supported by Directorate of Higher Education, Directorate of Education, Directorate of Technical Education, Department of Information, and Publicity, Goa State Innovation Council, Goa State Council for Science and Technology, Center for Environmental Education. We would like to thank the technical advisors, Director of IIT, NIT and BITS Pilani, Goa campus. Also, we'd like to thank associate sponsors, Dempo Group, Deccan Chemicals, Salgaonkar Dattaraj, Hindustan Waste Treatment Private Limited. I also thank the media, including print and electronics and independent journalists. Thank to all student, teacher, and their head of the institutions. Thank you, everybody. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil Singh. Now I hand over the charge of further proceedings to Shri Sujit Dongre, Senior Scientist, CE.
Thank you for our distinguished guests for attending and gracing this occasion. we are fortunate to have the luminaries in the science and technology and innovation field. And this is the time now to listen to the scientists who have made remarkable mark and contribution in the field of science, technology, and innovation, and taken our country ahead in all this sphere. So we have with us Dr. S. Somanath, Chairman ISRO, and all of us know that he spearheaded the Chandrayaan-3, and literally he took all 140 crores population of India on the south pole of moon. We have both the persons who were responsible for taking Chandrayaan on the moon, Dr. Somanath, and also Dr. S. Madhav Raj, whom we just awarded. He was the one who was actually handling, he was on the control of the lander which actually landed on the moon. So we as the citizens of the state of Goa and also the students are very fortunate to have both of them who made our country proud. Dr. S. Somanath, sir, he's here to give us the keynote address, and he doesn't require much of a introduction because all 140 crores of Indian populations know him. May I now request Dr. S. Somanath to give his keynote address on the journey of Chandrayaan-3 in the country. Thank you.
Somebody to help in putting my file on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this one is already. Yeah. Yes. Just put the first slide. Yeah. Good morning, all of you. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge the contribution of your Honorable Chief Minister, Pramod Sawantji, for making this event happen continuously in the last 5 years, and this year in much better scale, and also identifying a young scientist for this award. So all congratulations to the Chief Minister and his government for making this celebration of Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav for the benefit of the young talents of this state. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister for Health, Vishwajit Ranaji, for hosting us here today and also having the speech felicitating each one of us, our contribution of science and technology for the growth of this state. Dr. Anil Kakodkar ji, who chaired the selection committee. Sanjay Goyal, Secretary for the Science and Technology Department. Sunil Kumar Singh, the NIU Director. Johnson Matness, Jose Manuel Norona, and all the leadership of the government for organizing this program. Thank you so much for having me here. This is a great opportunity to interact with the community, especially students in Goa. I look forward for your greater interaction while I speak or post-speech, because we are at the right time as per the schedule. So I will have about 40 minutes or so to finish my talk plus interaction. I look forward for your active questions and answer session rather than the speech. I must tell you that I have been always watching Manohar Parrikar ji as a minister, especially when he was the defense minister, and the commitment with which he driven this nation for various actions, especially the Ministry of Defense. And he wanted Almanar Bharata to be built in this country by developing technology and capability in this country. Very impatient man, because things were not moving the way he wanted to move. I think this is something very special of people who have great commitment in the work. We must all salute him for his contribution that are very clearly there, because I know through this, I know this through interaction with various people at different levels in the government, and who had a fortune to personally interact with Manohar Parrikar ji. So always my prayers on his behalf. Today, the talk which I thought that I should give is not just not on Chandrayaan-3. I thought that it must be inspiring for you, and also should have enough domains to ask questions. So I thought I should speak about the exploration side of it, the science side of it, and what, of course, Chandrayaan and other missions of what ISRO recently did are also there. So shall I begin with the talk, primarily to speak about first on the accomplishment that ISRO has. It's really last 60 years we have achieved substantially in terms of satellite building, launcher building, application delivery, science and technology development, capacity development in the scientific fronts in various domains. I think many of you may know that space technology is just not a elite technology of anything like that. It is conventional science and technology domains where there are many elements come together to create something like rockets, spacecrafts, and applications. But then it's a very complex one. It is not a domain where you can easily get through with mistakes, because always you would have watched the failures that we encountered. So having success in space missions of this nature, because the final mission is always acted only once, never practiced before in reality. That's why it is very beautiful, and that's why it's challenging, and that's why there is an excitement in each one of us to continue work on it. So in the last so many years, we were able to develop rockets, spacecrafts, and launch it from Indian soil. I think all of you know that India, having achieved this, is not a small feat for a nation like us. When we started the whole program, there were criticisms, like the Atomic Energy Department itself, when Sarabhai and Homi Bhabha started it. All criticisms were overcome today. I think we are very proud of the accomplishment. So I won't spend more time on it. But today we are considered as one of the important launching nations of the world, where private people are willing to come and then get their satellites launched. Recently we launched 72 satellites for one web company. It's a great achievement using our LVM-3 rocket. The launcher technology development evolution over a long periods of time has been one of the hallmark of our capability development, specifically because building rockets and launching has never been an easy task. If you really count the people who have an ability to build rockets and launch it, there are not many people in the world. You know that, no? You can count it as US as a nation. Europe had a problem, and now they are struggling to get through the difficulties. Russia, China, Japan. And that's it. I think there were no other nations could come up with this capability. Of course, there are attempts and efforts all over, primarily because of the huge investment which are required in this and the risk associated with developing it. But if you really look at our story of building rockets from the SLV-3 days when Kalam built those rockets to what we have built, the LVM-3 rocket in 2019, I think it's a great story of having indigenous capability to build rockets in India and then launch them successfully. And this didn't come by accident. It came by very calculated, planned strategies encountered in creating technology capability. Building solid boosters, solid motors of very large scale. And we are some of the third largest ever solid motors we built. Liquid engines. We actually got this technology from Russia, France, etc. to start with. Of course, Russia did not give us any technology. We got the engines, and we developed it next 20 years, struggling on cryogenic technology. And we are now working on futuristic engines like Slox-Median ourselves without seeking any technology from anybody. And these engines were very, very important. Liquid engines, solid engines. I think when you look at these engines, you must also know a very important aspect. Today in India, you look at the aircraft engines. Hundreds and hundreds of them we use in aircrafts. Still not manufactured in India. We have only the Kaveri engine is still to go through many troubles and qualification processes. But we have rocket engines manufactured and tested and flying successfully in India. I'll just compare the engines of aircraft to rockets. Typically, the rocket liquid engine, which is a cryogenic engine used in GSLV Mark III, C-25 engine we call it. The power of that is almost 35 megawatt. You just compare the aircraft engine, it's only a few megawatt. So highly intense, power-dense designs with materials, technologies, heat transfers, and complex turbo machinery, all put in one, just works for just hardly 1,000 seconds and then gets into the sea. So even then, it's such a complex machine. We were able to design, realize using in industry, and manufacture, test and fly. It's not a small task. Of course, the whole of this space technology came out of the research and development capability that we have created within the organization, the ISRO. The propulsion technology, both for rockets and satellites. Of course, the understanding of aerodynamics, I think I go back on my days when I joined ISRO. It has been a topic of great discussion in all our meetings and reviews. Understanding aerodynamics was not easy at all. It came from the academics, the early phases, Indian Institute of Science, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, Mumbai, Delhi. All of them contributed to professors from those universities, came forward, discussed with our scientists and engineers, and created this capability today within the organization to understand aerodynamics, flying through air, and how these loads and controls affect them. Electronics has been very crucial for safety of the systems. Sensors of various nature, optical, inertial, structures, composites, pyros and chemicals. Even chemical technology is so crucial for rocket building, the propellants, how they are realized, how to generate energy out of these propellants, the structural characteristics, processing nature, then huge ground infrastructure for communication, networking, and connection, which are required. Even for Chandrayaan, I will tell you how much complex is the network communication infrastructure, even to make that mission succeed. So huge amount of technologies, capabilities that we have to develop over long periods of time to do all of this. And we continue to work on key technology areas. I think this is something which all of you young people must be aware. Everybody need not design rockets and satellites. You can work on key domains of technology. For example, material science is so important for us. And one example I'll tell you, for a typical cryogenic engine, we need 50 different metallic materials. And all of them are complex alloys. And all these alloys, when we started building it, all came from Russia. Today, all of them are built in India because we have metallurgists, material processing engineers who are able to convert these imported alloys to an Indian equivalent alloy and produce in India to the quality required for space. It's a great achievement. And it didn't come from ISRO alone. It came from various institutions in this country who contributed on the metallurgy of metallic materials. It's same for non-metallic materials, composites, adhesives, chemicals. Now you can paints, ceramics, glasses. No, there are magnetic materials. And each of them you have huge amount of research opportunity. And new approaches in material science is coming in terms of additive manufacturing. Have you heard of additive manufacturing? I think many of you would have already heard about additive manufacturing. And how this can be used in space is a very important topic we are discussing. Of course, there are conventional designs for aerodynamics, propulsion, rockets, satellites, air-breathing engines, space missions as Madhav Raj does in trajectory designs, how to travel from Earth to Moon or Moon to Mars. I think all of these are complex mathematical calculations that are involved. I think all of these are part of our knowledge building, design capability development over the last so many years. And the pinnacle of all of this is going to be the human spaceflight program. When we send our Indian to space one day through the Gaganyaan program, I think the amount of skill that you need to have, the confidence we need to have is going to be one order higher than what we are currently having. And that confidence building process is something happening all across ISRO today with the support of national laboratories. So many laboratories are participating in this. The first part is, rockets are always bound to fail, we say. Whenever it is ready for launch, our tension and heartbeat goes up because though even if the rocket is built very, very safely, having all the processes followed, everything is good, something can still go wrong. And if it goes wrong, there is nobody able to go there and correct it, adjust it, modify it to make a successful launch. It has to happen. Thousands of elements should work without any flow to make a launch happen. So we have always the risk of failure. So when you have a failure possibility, at least statistically, then we must have protection against it in a human space flight. And this is a core of the human spaceflight activity, that we should not put the risk of having the astronaut lost due to a failure in the rocket. So it calls for intelligence in the rocket now. So this is what we are working today. I think for the people who are in the new generation understand what is intelligence is and how to create intelligence in machinery by sensors, data processing, artificial intelligence to create synthesis signals of various nature and then come to a conclusion that the rocket is going to fly safely or it is going to fail. And that has to be decided in less than a fraction of a second. And then you must tell the rocket, yeah, now it's going to fail now, you better abort, even before the failure occurred. So this is a challenge of working on the intelligence in a rocket, and we are working on such technologies today, looking at the data which is available in measurements, and then make a synthesis of it and understand whether it will fail or not. And there are so many new technologies we are developing, especially to handle human spaceflight, like handling the living conditions of an astronaut within a crew module, for example. You know, when you are here, you have air, oxygen, your waste disposal, everything happens. But when you are in a confined environment, everything needs to be taken care. Your temperature must be controlled. If it goes up by 5 degrees, you become exhausted. Your percentage of humidity has to be there. Fire safety has to be there. So we call it environmental control and life support system. And we have no experience of doing it till now. We were only designing rockets and satellites. And we thought that this knowledge will come from some other nation. But unfortunately, after so much of discussion, nobody is willing to give it to us. And we decided that we will do it ourselves. And we are in the engineering model level today for the Gaganyaan program. And we are going to develop it in India using the knowledge we have, using the industries that we have. The environmental control and life support system for Gaganyaan program. So we started the program with the last launch. Probably you would have seen the test vehicle launch, where we sent the crew module up there, aborted, and recovered it back in the sea using parachutes. And that mission particularly, which you would have watched, some of you would have watched, right? Yeah? Anybody watched that launch? Gaganyaan test vehicle D1 in the last launch. Anyway, I'll show you some slides on that. You will understand that it's such a complex mission, having so many systems working in very short periods of time in a very sequential manner for the parachutes to come out successfully and then make the landing with a precise velocity. Otherwise, if you hit the ground with a velocity more than 10 meters per second, you will die. All the astronauts in the whole capsule will die because the deceleration level anybody can handle are almost reaching the threshold. We also developed, while we were working on all of this, we developed a rocket called SSLV. This is another interesting story which I want to tell you. Because we want to develop rockets which are very low cost. Low cost means really low cost. I will not disclose you the cost because somebody will understand that it is so cheap. So we want industries in India to build rockets and launch. It's not ISRO alone should build. We wanted to build this rocket, prove it, and hand it over to industries so that they can manufacture it, operate it at technology levels which are one order lower. I won't say one order, maybe a little lower than the current knowledge, so that it is cost effective for putting certain applications and satellites in orbit. Small satellites are becoming very, very popular. I think all of you would have seen. So many universities are developing mini satellites, small satellites, and everybody wants launch opportunity. So we developed this. We had a very successful launch this year beginning. We are also developing reusable winged rocket. I believe that you would have seen some videos of ISRO where we would have seen an aircraft-like craft coming and landing at extremely high speeds after dropping from a helicopter. That we had a helicopter flight of this, took it almost 4 kilometers up, released it, and it autonomously landed. Maybe Madhav Raj will be speaking something about autonomous landing of such crafts and how you achieve this using sensor fusion. So this is an important element of our development. Still, we want to continue to develop winged aircraft-like objects, which will go to space and stay in space for months together, do some activity like science or experiments or surveillance, and after a few months, it will come back and land on Earth, and we can recover instruments, recover samples, again launch it using like a space shuttle thing, but it's not a manned craft. So we are developing such technologies also concurrently. So today, when we look at our number of satellites in space, India has almost 50 plus satellites in space. They are communication satellites, they are Earth observation satellite. Earth observation means remote sensing, we call them. Then we have navigation satellites, and we have science missions, which are already there. So almost 50 satellites we are currently operating, and this requires operational maintenance, data collection, commanding, maintenance of any anomaly. All of these are involved while we have an operational satellite system. So this is the type of distribution, and this includes strategic satellites also. You may wonder that we launch satellites to observe our borders, and our security of the nation depends on many of these observations today. And we also have our navigation satellites, which is very important to look at, to provide you services like the GPS equivalent services, specifically for the strategic users. So if you look at far away, like 1 lakh kilometers away from Earth and look at Earth, you will see like this. All Indian satellites are all above the India in the equator moving around, which includes the satellites which are there for communication, navigation, all of them distributed from one east to west along the equator, providing you communication services for civilian use as well as special users. So this is something which we call our orbital slots, and this is a very precious resource for us. And these are just not available to any nation just like that. Possibly you will understand what's importance of orbital slots, acquisition orbital slots, maintenance of them, frequency management. These are all very critical national assets and resources. So we have captured it from the global demand and then put our satellites there and operating for all your needs. You know, your television broadcasting today, DTH services are all through the satellites. Your ATM services, we call them through small aperture terminals, we communicate through satellites and then send the signal back and forth when you transact your money. We also give disaster warning support using the satellites. We do financial transactions for banks across various sectors, and many other communication services which are the backhaul of our mobile, even network communications are all happening through the satellites. So all of these are very important national assets to maintain the communication services. And equally important is a NAVIC service, which is nothing but the timing and position service. You know GPS, many of you know GPS, right? And you know GPS is a global constellation which provides you position and timing services, and it's there near all your mobiles. And you can use your Google Maps and GPS integrated for you to travel. Same thing can be done using this, but unfortunately it has not become available in mobile yet. It is currently available only to strategic users with the secured codes and special things. Civilian has already come in some mobiles, around 30-40 mobiles we have NAVIC, but it is going to come to every common mobile now because of the frequency. There were some issues in the past. We were not getting the more friendly frequency called L1 and L2. Those who have some idea about the frequencies, you will understand. NAVIC operate in L5 and S band, whereas the GPS operate mostly in L1 and L2 band, and we are trying to bring those bands in our NAVIC so that it becomes very popular. In remote sensing, we have huge number of satellites, as I already showed. They call it Earth observation satellites, and this is something called domain special satellites. For example, if you want to look at land and water, you need one type of satellite. If you want to look at very high resolution, you need another type of satellite. If you want to look at ocean, then you need another third satellite. Weather and climate, yet another type of satellites. And each one of them look at the same scene with different frequencies. No? You know, you are able to see light in the visible spectrum. But when you look at Earth, there is radiation in all spectra. And you can see in thermal, near infrared, ultraviolet, and further wider. And when you look at in all these bands, you can get various information. Temperature measurements, humidity, the density of water vapor in that, the aerosol content, the pollution, the surface nature of the sea, the surface temperature, the color of the sea, and then find out the wave heights. You can also use radars to find out altitude variations. You can get stereo images, and you can also get the cyclones formation genesis, and it's make it prediction. There are a lot of such things possible using remote sensing, and all these remote sensing satellites are designed and built by our own scientists using our own technology. And this is something very, very unique, which includes making very complex camera systems, optics, detectors, processing electronics, and so on and so forth. And we also did various collaborative work with other nations as well in this sector. And we continue to build large number of remote sensing satellites for supporting the nation. And most of the remote sensing data products are available through Bhuvan. I think I request young people to at least type Bhuvan in your app somewhere and then try to see the India-specific remote sensing data outcome. Please do it. Without forgetting, please do this. You go to Bhuvan, you can go to India, any state, and get huge amount of information, which is generated using satellite data. And there are a lot of applications. Look at water, earth, the desertification, the rivers, the flooding, which is happening today. If there is a rain, flood happening somewhere, the prediction of the flood is always available, and so much information is available in Bhuvan. Please don't forget to look at it, because it's a free service for most of you, but there is a paid service also for very higher level of data. Now let me look at some of the talks which you all are excited about the lunar exploration. I think all of you have seen the Chandrayaan 3 landing? Yes. Live? Or post-launch, post-landing? Okay, I think I'm sure there was a great excitement on the day of the landing, including me, of course, and we were very tense to the fact that all of you are watching, not otherwise that there is something going to happen, because we wanted to make sure it is going to be a success for all of you, and it turned out to be so. And it is not a magic, it happened by the work of a generation of people working on Chandrayaan 3. I must acknowledge that. We started with the Chandrayaan 1, and then Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3. And I always tell people that it is because Chandrayaan 2 had a problem that we had success in Chandrayaan 3. It's always like that. In space missions, a failure gives you so much of information that a success will not give you. Because it brings out the problem and weaknesses in any design, and that you can correct always. So the Chandrayaan 1 was a launch where we had sent the satellite, not for landing, it's just to become an orbit around the moon and do some remote sensing experiment, like the remote sensing Earth observation satellite with instruments on board. And this Chandrayaan did fantastic thing. You know, Chandrayaan 1 is the satellite which found out what? Presence of water on the moon. Ever since 1960s, people were going to moon, but now none of them could actually identify. Because there were two instruments, one from US and one from India, which had specific capability to look at the hydroxyl molecules. They identified it, and later it could be corroborated by further observations in Chandrayaan 2 and other moon missions to guarantee that the observation is correct. And we have a full map of the water presence on the moon today. And Chandrayaan 2, of course, was a mission for landing on the moon. Everything went very well until the last phase of the soft landing, where something went wrong. I will tell you what went wrong, just for your quick understanding, and how we corrected it to make the Chandrayaan 3 a success. I think this is something which is very exciting for each one of you. But before I go further, I would like to tell you Chandrayaan 1 was very, very exciting mission in terms of science and technology. Observation. For example, I just marked here the spectrum of the radiation, where it actually travels from the radio waves to gamma ray spectrum, where the visible spectrum is very small. What you are seeing, the natural light. But they are not visible to each human eye. But still you can make observations in all these spectra using appropriate instruments. So the Chandrayaan 1 was one mission in which we had instruments to look from one end of the radio spectrum to up to the gamma ray and various bands. So it actually brings out so much information about the object to which you are looking at. And this was possible because we had an international collaboration of bringing instruments from Europe, America, and India in Chandrayaan 1. And this was a fantastic mission because of that. We had a large amount of observations which gave so much of science outcome ultimately. I'm not going into each of these instruments because for people like you, scientists, science enthusiasts, you can go into our ISRO site and understand about those instruments and what each of the instruments did, etc. So I don't want to spend your time. So I only point you to the website of ISRO where information related to Chandrayaan 1 is given in terms of instruments and how complex is instrument development, sensor development, building it to understand physical processes through electronic measurements. I think this is something each of you scientists should be encouraged to work on for the future. I'll only tell you this Chandrayaan 1 was a very unique experiment because when we did Chandrayaan 1, there was no LVM-3 rocket. The GSLV Mark 3 was not there. The only rocket we had safely to put a satellite around moon was only PSLV. And when we had only PSLV and we had to go to moon, a decision was taken that we must go to moon. Then the question of how to go to moon in a very frugal way, how to do it in a very unique way came up. And that is where the trajectory design, the design which we are all of us are knowing about Indian approach to go to moon came up. And that is continuing even after Chandrayaan 1 to Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, that we put the satellite only in an Earth orbit and progressively use the propulsion in the satellite to raise the orbit slowly and finally make a translunar injection captured on the moon, then bring back the orbit smaller to be in the orbit of the moon. I think this approach gave us such an advantage that with a lesser payload capability, lesser cost, we could actually go to moon. And this is a very unique and nobody has done like this. Everybody wanted to go to moon straight in 4 or 5 days. We went to moon in 42 days. Is there any problem going to moon in 42 days? I don't think there is a problem. Unless there is an urgency to bring back somebody. So we decided that for a mission like this, it's the cost effectiveness and the frugality of engineering is more important. And we were able to do this using the available capability and available technology. That's the whole beauty of it. And you can see one of the picture, which is the map of the water presence on the moon, which is mapped by the payloads, which are payload instruments, which were there on board Chandrayaan 1. And you know when it happened, this whole of this launch? Year? It's just a 1,380 kilogram satellite. It's a small satellite. It went up to moon and did the instruments in 2008-9 time frame. And Chandrayaan 1 outcome is the very important outcome in terms of the moon mineralogy water presence, and various other mapping that happened across the moon. I think this was been a very unique thing. There are a lot of publications that came out of the science of the moon. Prakash is here. I think some of my colleagues are giving talks in other centers. I think they will be speaking about it or discussing about it. Chandrayaan 2 was a design which meant into next step of Chandrayaan 1, where we wanted to have a landing on the moon. So the concept of a two craft, like an orbiter and a lander and a rover concept came out. And we have a new rocket by that time. The new rocket was LVM-3, which I was fortunate to be the project director. And being the first launch was successful. Later we made it operational. And this was the first operational launch of the mission after its development. And we took a decision that we will fly Chandrayaan 2 in the very first operational mission of the rocket. A great risk at that time. But then it actually paid off very well. We were able to put the satellite in the Earth orbit very safely, move it from Earth to Moon, and attempt the final landing. Of course, in the final landing time, we had some issues. But Chandrayaan 2 gave us such a beautiful images of Moon. And we had one of the best camera on board the Chandrayaan 2. We call it OHRC, high resolution camera, which gave almost 0.3 or less than 0.3 meter resolution. And today we have the very good images, both in terms of the entire moon surface is fully mapped by this camera today. The Chandrayaan 2 craft orbiter is still working, and it actually helped Chandrayaan 3 succeed, and this was a communication gateway for us. So it helped us in Chandrayaan 3 as well. But in Chandrayaan 2, that landing process, of course, all of us were very disappointed. I was also there in the control room on that day, like the Chandrayaan 3 happening. And we were also all disappointed that in the final phase, we couldn't bring back the lander at the required velocity to have a soft touchdown. It actually went and crashed on the surface, primarily due to various errors. As I said earlier, in every launcher rocket, errors can happen, and your ability to foresee the error and make corrections are actually very limited. It all depends on the simulation that you do in the ground. Before Chandrayaan 2, we never had any flight around moon to make a landing. So all the simulations that we did were on Earth. What is the difference between Earth and moon in terms of the dynamics? One is, of course, gravity. Gravity is smaller there, almost 1/6, it's almost 1/6, and there is no atmosphere. And more importantly, the gravity is not very neat gravity like Earth. No, it's a non-uniform gravity field. You have the symmetry of the moon in terms of gravity distribution or a mass distribution is such a way that its orbit will never be circular, exactly. It's actually very wavy. And there are a lot of complexities of this aspect. Even atmosphere not being there creates big problem for you. Because atmosphere is there that your aircrafts are landing. Assume that your atmosphere is not there. How will you be flying in an aircraft? Can you ever thought about it? It's not easy without a helicopter or an aircraft to fly without atmosphere. So landing is much better when there is atmosphere because you can use the drag, the lift, and various other forces to control the landing process. But when nothing is there, the only way to land is by fuel, propulsion, the engine, and its control of that engine and the dynamics. So it creates big problem. And we could never test it in the ground at the required gravity field. So everything is dependent on the simulation, the computer simulation, and the limited tests that we could do. And this led some understanding, some errors in the software, some deficiency in the overall algorithms. So this all were identified. There were not one error, there were multiple errors. And all of this could be identified and we could correct it for the Chandrayaan 3 mission. And the images that we got, fantastic images. I think I just put only 1 or 2 slides here, which shows the craters on the moon to a detail so beautiful. And also we had radar images of the location where radar can actually penetrate deeper into the surface and understand craters present even if it is not visible with the naked eye or optical images. So those radars found out that hidden craters and hidden areas in the moon. I think all of these are very unique data sets that is being shared globally today. And Chandrayaan 2 also created beautiful, see one of the crater image you can see, it's called Sarabhai crater, I believe it is. And we have other mapping of minerals and solar thermal distribution, exosphere composition, and so many outcomes that came out of Chandrayaan 2, which is very scientific outcome. But when you came to Chandrayaan 3, we wanted to make sure all the errors and problems in Chandrayaan 2 are resolved. But you know that in 2019, we had Chandrayaan 2 launch and landing. But the Chandrayaan-3 happened in 2023 only, almost 4 years. And it took that much of time to correct the problem and bring back the Chandrayaan program back on track. This is a problem with every failure. Once you encounter a failure, then it goes through serious debates and discussions in the organization, correction processes, and ensuring that the money that you spend on this are not wasted. Just you cannot try luck again. You must be very sure next time when you do this. So this process, almost 1 year we try to understand what went wrong. Next 2 years we did all the corrections and made the new set of hardware. And last final year we did a lot of simulations in the computer to make sure that the whole mission is rugged enough in case of parameter perturbations. Parameter perturbation is a very important topic, that when you design a system called nominal condition, you should also work for off-nominal condition. Some of you know statistics a little bit. You know what is a processes and distribution, sigma, standard deviation, 6 sigma, 3 sigma, all of you have heard about, I think. And how you generally say things will work up to 3 sigma, 3 times the standard deviation. But here we have tried up to 6 sigma, 9 sigma, and then see whether it will still work when parameters like the initial conditions changes, the performance indices changes, still it should go and land. Sensor degradation, uncertainty in measurements, and all this becomes a very important part of this mathematical simulation. I don't know whether Madhav Raj is going to speak about it in your presentation. Of course, the mission Chandrayaan-3 we had launched on 14th of July 2023 using the LVM-3M4 mission. It went to the Earth orbit. Then progressively we raised to a orbit which is enough for translunar injection. And translunar injection happened, and we had the capture on the moon. And in the moon we had 5 lunar burns to bring it back to an orbit of 100 kilometers. So all this happened, and the sequence, I just don't want to go through the dates. But for doing this, there were many constraints, because you need to see the orbit. You need to have a ground station to see moon all the time, because moon is visible to you. But when the moon set in the evening, there are ground stations on Earth. India cannot see that. Then you need some other nations' ground stations to connect to you. So we had tie up with the European ground stations, JPL NASA ground stations, one in Australia, and all of them were networked in such a manner that we have continuous visibility of this craft wherever it goes, because it will go only around Earth, but still if we are not visible from Earth. And this support was so crucial for us. I think all of them came to support us and help us to make this mission succeed. So thanks to them. And it's also important for this contribution, yes. And this is the Chandrayaan-3 craft, where we made major changes from Chandrayaan-2 to 3. The first and foremost change was that the lander, the Vikram lander, is now made much more rugged, stronger. What way stronger? We put more fuel. We made a new propellant tank to increase the fuel quantity so it can handle more disturbances. It made its legs stronger so that it can impact the land with a higher velocity, typically 1 meter per second higher than last time. We put solar panels. Only one face it had solar panel. If it didn't face the sun, suppose it lands like this, then mission is gone. So we decided that we will have solar panels on other faces in case something goes wrong. Still it will generate some amount of power. We made redundancies in the system. We made new sensors like the laser Doppler velocimeter, which will measure the speed of the craft related to the surface of moon using lasers. Then we inducted new batteries, new power systems, and new sensors, new cameras, etc., to help the decision making, which using those cameras you had the beautiful image of landing, and the rover could take the video of the lander, and reverse way lander could take the video of the rover. All of this are happening because of the improvements in this craft. But the orbiter was made lesser in capacity, where there are no instruments, no experiments on board, because the orbiter is already there. So we made just a propulsion module to do the function of moving it up to the moon. And the rest of the systems were the same. The experiments, the 5 of the experiments, just the same. So this was essentially the lander, which is called the Vikram lander, and designed only to work for 14 days. You know why 14 days? The moon day is 1 week of Earth week. Earth 14 days, and after that there is a night for another 14 days, then again sunrise occurs. So because of this, until the sun lasts for 14 days, we can do the experiment. After that, the temperature of the moon surface will go well below 200 degrees, below 0 degree. So none of the electronics will work, battery will drain, And since you do not have any other alternate power source, we cannot work further. So it was, whole thing was designed to work, land on the first day or near to the beginning of the day, and then experiments to continue for next 12 days, 14 days, and then finish off everything and allow the whole lander to sleep for the next 1 week or 2 weeks, and then see whether it will wake up after that. So that's how it was designed. And I mind you that we were able to achieve this landing spot very precisely. Where we wanted to land, we achieved the landing within 300 meters. That was the precision. Now the Pragyan rover is also just the same as what we did last time in Chandrayaan 2 with 2 of its payload. I will quickly tell you the experiments that we did on board. But the landing process, I think probably you would have watched online and then seen how it landed. There was good animation from computer, but reality animation were one and the same this time, so there was no issue. So the landing happened as planned in the nominal manner. Though we had contingencies, so many contingency options in case something doesn't happen, some sensors fail, but everything worked as expected. And the touchdown speed was actually well below the nominal expected touchdown speed. So we had a very healthy spacecraft with everything working, and all the experiments could be done without any problem. So this part, I think Madhav Raj will be speaking further, so I won't spend time on it. Another important part was the rover path planning. After this landing, we were trying to bring out the rover out, so we had to open the path for which to come out. And then all the mechanisms worked, the rover came out, but we had some tense moments there. It was not coming out that easily that we thought. We had to do some commanding, we had to do certain modification, etc. to bring it out. But after it came out, very well it moved around, almost 100 meters on the moon. We had a beautiful path planning and almost fell into the ditch. Luckily, we saved, understood from the camera that it is going towards a crevice, a pit or whatever, and then it negotiated and then came back to the same location safely, and rocks and other obstructions were understood by the camera and could navigate and do various scientific instruments on the moon. And there were 6 instruments essentially to understand the moon. 3 of them were on the lander and 2 of them were on the rover, and the shape was on the orbiter, which was still in the orbit. So what exactly we were trying to find out in the moon mission? 1, we were trying to find out the lunar regolith thermophysical characteristics. So there was an experiment called Chaste, which did some drilling and did some measurements of the regolith in terms of its thermal conductivity and other behavior. And there was a payload called Rambha, which looked at the very low altitude ionic characteristics, the presence of the electrons and the charged particles in that zone. And the third instrument was ILSA, which is nothing but a seismic instrument looking at measuring the accelerations or vibrations, shocks, or rather I will say seismic activities happening in the moon due to various activities, even physical movements or even seismic activity. And there were 2 other instruments were APEX and LIPS, which were essentially the moon mineralogy finding using spectroscopy. One was using an alpha particle exciting those materials, and the second was using a laser ablation and then doing a spectroscopy on it to find out the elemental parts. So both these instruments were on that very small rover, and it worked beautifully well. And the last instrument was called SHAPE, which actually looks at Earth from the orbit of moon and tried to capture some signatures of a living planet. Suppose we look at a planet which is far away called exosolar planets, what type of signatures that you are going to get indicating the presence of living organisms in such a planet? This was a question, and the measurement was in certain spectral band, which will give certain signatures for us to decide future. So all these instruments worked beautifully, and we had beautiful confirmation of all instruments deploying. Rambha well called for deploying a boom. ILSA had to drop it from the bottom of the Chandrayaan 3 on the surface using a crane type of arrangement. Everything worked, and we had a lot of data collected, and our scientists are working on this data for the future. Let me also go to another important mission called the Mars Orbiter mission. I think all of you are familiar with this Mars mission. And this was again one of the first mission in any country achieved success in its very first attempt. I think this is very unique for India. And you know, Mars orbital mission was achieved using again PSLV rocket with a very low payload capability. And Mars orbital mission produced so much of scientific outcome in various ways, including I will skip and then go to a beautiful image of Mars. You can see a three-dimensional image of Mars, which came out of the Mars orbital mission imagery, which is one of the beautiful things that you know. Mars is a very unique planet. It's almost like Earth, having almost 24 hours for a day. Gravity very near to Earth's gravity. And temperatures not suitable for us. Atmosphere very thin. So the people say that it is a planet where human being can one day go terraform it and convert it to a habitable planet and live there. Of course, possible, maybe. Our Elon Musk is behind that. But then we also should understand that Earth can also become a Mars if you do not understand the whole process of changes that will happen in planets over a period of time. People say there were water flowing on the Mars, the atmosphere was thick, all this were there once, and why it vanished? It's a very important question for us who lives on Earth. Not for you today, not for your children, but maybe 100 generations later, this question will become relevant for each one of us. So science of understanding of planetary evolution is so important. That's why Mars is so important for us to study in the future. I think not much talked about satellite is called Astrosat. I think how many of you have heard about Astrosat? Very less, I believe. I think Astrosat is very important satellite with is equivalent to, I will say it's a Hubble Space Telescope of India. Though it is looking much smaller, very low in cost, but today Astrosat also produce an equivalent type of outcome as much as produced by other astronomical satellites. The uniqueness of Astrosat is still working. Are you aware that it is still working and so much of science is being done? It's not, many people don't even know about it. It has a large area X-ray proportional counter, soft X-ray telescope, and also scanning sky monitor and ultraviolet. So we have observation various spectra for a celestial event. For example, you have a look at black hole, star explosion, supernova, or deep into the universe. And many of these observations are in certain bands. But here we have an Astrosat which is very unique in terms of the spectral distribution observation. So this gives you very important correlatable information using various frequencies. And some of the important findings for Astrosat includes identification of new solar exploration, identification of new galaxies, black holes. I think many of the astrophysicists of our generation are making use of the Astrosat data. Aditya L1 mission, I think many of you would have heard about it because it happened this year, and we were sending a satellite to study the sun, right? Why sun is important for you? Sun is anyway there, shining up beautifully. Every day it rises, every evening it sets. And you don't see any change in sun, no, when you look at it. But the reality is that the sun is a very dynamic star. It has a lot of activities which influence us, especially the solar coronal emission and its impact on space weather, the climate and weather, etc. So, study of the sun has been a very continuous activity. There are many satellites launched to study sun. The latest being, anybody can tell, not other than ours? A satellite which is launched to study sun, other than ISRO's Aditya L1, Parker Solar Probe. Somebody said? Yeah. So there are very satellites which are recently sent to study sun, and this continues to be a global interest in understanding sun. So Aditya L1 is again a unique satellite which is made using multiple instruments. We have 7 instruments on board Aditya L1 to study. One, look at the solar corona by closing the disk of the sun and look at the corona, which is almost 2-3 diameters bigger than the sun's diameter. Then look at the solar coronal mass ejection. Look at the X-ray characteristic using soft X-ray and hard X-ray. Then again look at the particle emissions. Then also look at the magnetic effect of such emissions in the vicinity of the space between sun and earth. So all these instruments will look at a correlatable information connected with the solar mass ejection. Now, corona is a very huge activity. Tons and tons, I don't know whether ton is a right mass to be describing CME. Huge amount of mass is ejected in terms of particles, which includes hydrogen, helium, iron, and very higher elements. Everything gets ejected into space, and this travels because of the magnetic effects towards Earth, and it creates a lot of effects on the outer space of around Earth. So understanding this is so important. I think that's why the launch of Aditya L1 happened, and we are going to put in a very unique place called Lagrangian point L1. Reaching up to this point and then keeping it is another interesting story. So I don't know whether you are speaking about it. No, I think Madhav Raj is not speaking about it. So he says, so we will be launching, we have launched it into an Earth orbit. Then from there it has been moved out of the gravity field of Earth and it's going towards Lagrangian point L1, which is a neutral point between Sun and Earth, where the gravities of both these bodies almost neutralize each other. But this is not a point, it's a region, because there are other bodies, multiple bodies affecting this whole process. So we have to achieve that orbit, which is called a halo orbit, in few lakhs of kilometers in diameter. So we are going to study these processes in great detail. And we are building new satellite called XPOSat. This is just getting ready for launch, looking at X-ray polarimetry of black holes and other objects. So this launch is going to happen on 1st of January. So all of you can watch. And the next launch is going to happen is SpaceX, trying to understand how to dock satellites in orbit, so which is important for human spaceflight in the future. So this is X-ray polarimeter satellite, where there are important two payloads called POLIX and EXPECT. Look at the polarimetry of the radiation happening from black holes to understand its accretion of the material. See, you know, black holes take material from other stars, and when this happens, there are some X-ray emissions, and you can look at the polarimetry of this and understand the quantification of this is possible in such experiments. So this is the basis on which such instruments are built. We are also working on various science missions in the future called Disha, Venus Orbiter, Mars Lander. I think all these are still in planning. Looking at the science aspect, the design aspect, etc., still not got government approval. Of course, we will be seeking government approval for all these missions in the future. We are working on landing on the moon along with Japan. We call it LUPEX mission, where the lander will be provided by India, the rover from Japan, and launch will happen in Japanese rocket. And we are also looking at future astronomy missions, creating another satellite for exoworlds. Look at the exosolar planets. Do you know what is exosolar planet? Exosolar planets are the planets which are planets of other stars, not the Earth, not the Sun. So every star has got planetary system, and many of them are similar in nature to Earth. Some of them may have possibility of life existing. So it's a very interesting topic. So that's what we want to study and look at the atmosphere of such planets, because these planets are not visible because they have no light emission. So we have to do separate techniques to understand the atmosphere using the light passing through the thin atmosphere, and its spectroscopy of that will give us some idea about the nature of the atmosphere. So this is a mission. And we would like to work on a series of science missions in the future. And as I already mentioned, so I will not explain this, but the most important part is in all these science missions, we are collaborating with other nations. We are working with Japan, we are working with Europe, we are working with America. Are you aware of a satellite which is being built by India and NASA today? The satellite is in Bangalore today, called NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar, NISAR satellite. It's one of the costliest satellites ever built for the Earth observation. Looking at Earth in two radar bands, L band and S band. Look at the tectonics, the ice, the water, the vegetation, and various other aspects of Earth can be measured using global observations, which are very fast compared to many other satellites. So we collaborate with France and many other nations on building future satellites. While we build satellites, we also do a lot of science experiments in the ground. And across ISRO centers and other collaborating laboratories, we have huge observational capability of radars, instruments on the ground, correlatable radar observations, balloon experiments, etc., etc. So our scientists work on various aspects of observation, including climate modeling, weather modeling, and helping other agencies in India to help us in terms of parameters that can be observed using space as well as ground-based observations. Some of you may know about the essential climate variables that decides the climate change. So how many of you are following the COP28 meeting that is happening? I don't know. Huh? Some of you are following? So the narratives on weather and how the greenhouse emissions cause the annual temperature rise of the globe, and how you can control them, how to minimize the greenhouse emissions. All these questions are very important topics. I think all of you should read it. Very important. It's nothing space technology. It's a very simple technology to understand how greenhouse gas emissions control our future. So we study atmosphere using so many instruments like the balloons on days. We conduct ascents of balloons and measure various characteristics, and we use it on a regular basis to help model the atmosphere properly for various applications. So it's a very major activity. Along with atomic energy also has certain capacity in this, so we work with them and various other laboratories in India. Aerosols. You know aerosols? Heard about them? Some of the chemicals which actually cause a lot of issues in the atmosphere, nucleation of various activities, and how it controls the pollution and other radiation effects and suppression of the radiation. All these are important, and we need to measure aerosol emissions and characterize them to control it for the future. So this is again space and ground-based observations we carry out. We study the clouds and how clouds impact our radiation, and we have even sent satellites as well as we do ground-based radar observations continuously to understand radiative impact of clouds on Earth's weather. We also conduct experiments on rocket stages. We have an upper stage of rocket which we use instruments. Suppose some of you in colleges have an interest to build an instrument and we want to launch it. I think you should send a mail to me and I will give an opportunity for you to build the first instrument to launch on PSLV. Are you ready? Some of you are ready to do this? So I would like to invite you, don't have to make a satellite. You can design a small instrument, a small electronic card. We will put it in the rocket and then send it up and then do the experiment for your college. We are happy to do that using very low-cost systems. Sometimes it will be free also for launch. So I will hope that from Goa and universities here, some of such experiments will come up in the future. And on 1st of January, when we are launching PSLV, there is such a platform. There are 10 experiments from various startups, companies, institutions, colleges we are hosting on PSLV. So I welcome you to do this in the coming days to create enthusiasm and energy in this sector. We also work on robotics hugely, on space robotics as well as ground-based robotics. So this is another interesting area. We have a recently announced ISRO Robotic Challenge. Have you seen our website? Please go and see our website. There is an announcement of ISRO Robotic Challenge. And anybody has an idea of how to design the future robot to go in a Mars or a moon, your idea will be taken by ISRO and possibly some of your ideas will be the one which will fly in the future. So we welcome all of you to look at our website and offer your ideas as a robotic challenge competition. We also work on human spaceflight, as I mentioned, and we have a great goal, a vision given by Honorable Prime Minister recently. He said that we must build a space station by 2035. We must also land on the moon by 2040. It's a great vision that our Honorable Prime Minister has given, and we are going to work on this. And for that, so many new things are to be required. I will only want to speak about it and then close my talk. Finally, we have to have a human-rated rocket, which is shown there. The Chandrayaan 3 we launched will not be the last of the Chandrayaan series. We will have many Chandrayaan launches to understand moon much better, because if you have to go and land there, you should understand moon much better than others. So we will be having sample returns or unmanned launches or robotic launches and robotic activities on space without human going there, and then finally make a human landing. We should develop newer rockets with higher capacity. So we can't take a person to moon in 42 days. When you are unmanned, you can take long duration. But if man is there or a woman is there in the satellite, then it must reach there in 4 or 5 days of time. So we need a much more powerful rockets. And finally, we must have a space station to conduct future experiments in science and technology. So these are our goals. And all these goals are going to be happening now because a clear vision by the government is there in front of us in Department of Space and ISRO, and we are going to work on it. I think all of us will vanish in few years of time. I think all you young people will be the one who will do all of this work. So I go everywhere and tell them, unless you are there to do it, none of these dreams are going to happen. I think it is a dream and vision that is given by the government, and it is your responsibility to make it happen. So I look forward for such a challenge from you. You means you don't have to be in ISRO today. I think to do all of this, as I told, a robotic challenge we announced. The future robots possibly will be designed by a company or a startup or an individual who have a flair to do this. So you can all be part of this activity. And there are a lot of innovation and challenges we are offering. In fact, we have offered almost 100 new technology developments to Indian industry for space sector. Many technology we announced, and a lot of offers have come from Indian industries and startups to work in space sector. And you can be part of the whole journey. Today, almost 200 startups and companies are working in space sector in various areas. At least 3 companies in rocket building, another 5 to 10 companies in satellite building, and hundreds of companies in application development and component development. I think it's really a wonderful thing to happen after the space sector has opened up. It's a huge opportunity for all youngsters to work in so many technology domains. So I like to conclude my talk saying that the Vision 2047 is for India to become a leading spacefaring nation, having a manufacturing hub for space activities, a startup ecosystem, an innovation place, a low-cost design and production area for all of us, for new generations and industries to come forward to create a vibrant space ecosystem. The whole of exploration activities are focused on creating this capability, unless the scale of our space activities increase, none of these dreams are going to happen. And it will happen only when, with your participation, young people taking more interest, studying more on science and technology, and contributing in various ways. Whether you are in academics, whether you are in industry, whether you are in ISRO, all of you will be in a position to contribute to this greater vision. So with this, let me conclude and thank you so much for this opportunity given.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed wonderful to hear you, and I'm sure most of the students here, and your talk was actually live on all 8 different locations. That means almost about 6,000 students heard you. I have received many questions from all the venues, and one of the questions right from Valpai to Dharmandara to Kankona, across the state, students have asked the question. So 1 or 2 questions that I would like to ask to you, sir. One of the students from Paliye asked, how will the Chandrayaan-3 contribute in terms of exploring this space? And if at all he wanted to be an ISRO scientist, how do you encourage him to be part of your team?
The role of Chandrayaan-3 in terms of the scientific outcome, I think already I explained. I don't have to further explain. But the outcome is not just measurable by the 5 experiments and the scientific outcome that is going to come. Outcome is really the inspiration to each one of us. And you could have seen the whole country, looking at the whole mission as a great success for a nation like India. It's not just within India, it is across the globe. I had the opportunity to meet many spacefaring nations, their leadership. They were at awe to look at India. Oh, you achieved this mission in such a low cost? And that too successfully. Landing on the moon, especially the South Pole for the very first time, is not an easy task at all. It shows the power that India is. I think the confidence that it has brought to our midst in space technology is enormous. I think that confidence is reflected now in the future vision that has been outlined. I think this is a contribution of Chandrayaan-3 rather than finding some minerals or new items on the moon. And the outcome is much bigger than what is visible. That's what I want to tell you. Okay. And if somebody wants to become a space scientist in ISRO, it's very easy. You know how easy it is? First is that you must be exceedingly good in your academics. So that's a minimum demand. Second, of course, you have to crack the examination that we are offering to you. For every 100 seats, we have 1,000 times applicants. So 1 seat, 1,000 applicants minimum. So the competition is very, very high. And if you crack that, possibility of getting into ISRO is very high in undergraduate level in engineering. If it is master's, PhD, then we have a specialized recruitment based on domain specialization. So whenever you see an advertisement, if you have a very good credentials in your master's and PhDs, of course you will be recruited. So, but the number of vacancies are small for engineering and science domain. We also take people in various domains like masters in chemistry, masters in physics, metallurgy, production, and program management and other domains as well. So, and also we take people in domains like agriculture, geology, oceanography. I think we have domains specialists in so many areas, but the number of vacancies are small because our remote sensing application people are primarily coming from science background, not engineering background. So we have that type of people. We have people in the administrative side, which gets into your degree in commerce, finance, accounts, etc. as well. So, and technicians in various skill sets. So our recruitments are regular happening. So I will only say that this route is very good. But if you have still not become a student of engineering, try to get a seat in Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, which is an ISRO's its own institute. So your guarantee of getting into ISRO is almost 100% then. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We will take one question from this audience. Anybody would like to ask a question? We'll take one because we are really falling short of time. One question from the audience. Now, student, we'll give an opportunity to students first.
Engines we have.
See, his question is, what is the level of efficiency of the engines that we have today in India? You are referring to rocket engines. So we don't use the terminology called efficiency in rocket engines. We call it specific impulse. And this is a measure of its ability to convert the thermal energy to mechanical energy. And I can tell you they are world class, the top of the world. The PSL with solid boosters, rockets, have the highest of the specific impulse compared to any other motors in the world. Solid motors, that is a level. Then liquid engines, the cryogenic engine specific impulse is depending upon the thermodynamic cycle. The thermodynamic cycle defines the efficiency. So we use something called staged combustion cycle. Staged combustion cycle gives the highest efficiency. And today the cryogenic engine used in GSLV Mark II is staged combustion cycle, which has the highest efficiency. So it's one of the highest ISP engines of the world. Whereas in the GSLV Mark III, we use a different thermodynamic cycle called gas generator cycle, which is a lower cycle. So it doesn't have the high efficiency. So it's a measure between complexity and efficiency. So we work out an option where the efficiency is compromised to minimize complexity. So efficiency is not only the only measure for a rocket engine. There are many other parameters: manufacturability, testability, reliability, complexity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The last question, I'll just take it from sir, and then I think we can do that. There is a mic. Is this the last question?
Dr. Sridhar, my name is Dr. Bandodkar. Thank you for that very magical and inspiring talk. Because you are coming from an Eastern philosophy and not from the Western side of the world, I'm just curious to know, did you pray before Chandrayaan 3 launch? And if yes, why?
It's not, my prayers are not before Chandrayaan 3 launch. My prayers are always, it's a continuous activity. So it is not limited to certain goals or targets that I should achieve through prayer. Prayer is for self-creation, self-awareness, self-motivation, which I do regularly. Not for any specific achievements. That God will grant you by prayer. I don't believe that way. So my prayers are always there. Even while I talk, I pray.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. A big round of applause to Dr. Somnath. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Yeah. So now we will go into our next technical session. We have with us Dr. Anil Kakodkar. All of you know he is the son of the soil. He comes from Goa, Padma Vibhushan, and also he has got highest civilian award of the state of Goa, Gomant Vibhushan. So he is here and also he's interacting with all of us. May I request sir to come and give his presentation. Sir Anil Kakodkar, sir.
डाला नहीं है इसको सर हमने वहाँ पे डाला हुआ था हमारे पास तो अगर आपको यहाँ चाहिए तो मैं 1 मिनट के अंदर ही डाल दूँगा
Well, while the PPT file is getting loaded, let me make a beginning. Well, we just heard an excellent talk by Dr. Somnath talking about So you'll operate it from there, is it?
हाँ यहाँ से कर सकते
अभी कर सकते हैं इधर से slide there? So I was saying we just heard an excellent talk about the wonderful journey our space scientists have accomplished, going all the way, looking at Earth from space, looking at Moon, looking at Mars, and also we got a glimpse of the program to look at many more things in the space in years to come. Now, this is clearly a great synergy between what I would call science and technology. In the sense, because of science, several technologies have been developed, could be developed. And because of the technology, so many missions could be carried out. And because of those missions, the science could be furthered to even kind of greater frontiers. And this process goes on. Science aids technology, technology aids science. Now, technology also aids development. See, we are all living in today's world, and of course, I'm sure all of you read history, and you have some idea about how the world was maybe 10 years ago, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, and so on. And there is a great transition, and which is continuing at an accelerated pace. Now, that is a result of technology. So there is science, technology, development, and each feeds into each other. Just like technology feeds into science, development feeds into technology because it creates demand, it creates the pull for technology to go forward. And so it's important for us to understand this dynamics, particularly if we as a nation have to be among the front runners in the world. And this is what I want to bring to you in this brief lecture, that we pursue science for science sake, but while we pursue science for science sake, that we should also transform that into value. Value for economy, value for defense of our country, value for the mankind. And that's a process which is an ongoing process, and we should see India to be one of the front runners in that process, an ongoing process. So to kind of explain this theme, many of us, we have a lot of knowledge about our past history, glorious history. We know India was #1 country in the agrarian era, not only in the context of the wealth of the nation, just like many countries of the world come to India today because we are a great market. In historical past, when the communication, transportation was not very easy, still many countries of the world used to come to us. Not so much because we were a market, because we used to go abroad and sell, which we do even now. But they used to come because there was a lot of wealth in this country. And that has impacted our history. This is not a lesson in history, but Now, so these bars here, if you see, those pink bars show the relative economic power of the country, relative GDP in the global. Assume that the global GDP is 100. than the length of those bars indicate. And you will see that in agrarian era or till about year 1700, India was actually #1 country in the world. That is the time came industrial era, and of course we were also not, we had lost our independence. You had the foreign rulers on our soil. So actually the policies were as if Indian resources were used to support the industrial era emerging in Europe, or more particularly in Britain. And from that point onwards, you will see those pink bars shrinking and shrinking, became very small, till after independence, 1947, again they have started growing up. They are still quite small. And of course, today we know our economy is 5th largest in the world, or in fact 3rd largest in the dollar purchase parity terms. And we do expect the economy to rise. We have our ambitions. So we were #1 in agrarian era. We couldn't cope up with the industrial era. Now we have left industrial era behind us, while the industrialization is still there. Manufacturing is still an important activity, but we are well into the knowledge era. Now, knowledge era is quite distinctly different compared to the earlier two eras. Because this here, there is a tremendous support for democratization of activities. There is a tremendous support for decentralization of activities. So in industrial era, as the technology, you start a technology enterprise, the wealth used to concentrate. So while technology enabled people, but it also contributed to growth of disparity. Now the question is, in the new knowledge era, which promotes democratization and decentralization, can we make sure that we raise our human development index? That's a measure of quality of lives, comparable to the best countries in the world, and there is a correlation at the bottom left-hand side of that figure, and the blue triangles at the top, which are in a horizontal line. Can India go and be among one of them? And that should be our aspiration, because then the quality of life of our people would be comparable with the best in the world. And while we do that, we make sure that disparities are minimized. And that's a challenge that we should take for ourselves. So as we implement science, develop technologies, contribute to development, we must conduct ourselves. That's another transformation which is very important. Otherwise, we don't develop human beings. We develop Frankensteins. And that is what I want to stress. So now, we just celebrated 75 years of our independence. Plenty of achievements. Largest democracy which has taken roots. Largest population. Perhaps the largest market. That's why countries make a beeline here. One of the largest economy. Geopolitically a very important country. In terms of various parameters of production or economic activity, we are among the top in agriculture, horticulture products, electricity output, coal, steel, roads, railways, IT infra, what have you. You'll find in the globe, India will be number 2, number 3, some places number 1, some 4, 5, but we are at the top bracket. And our economy is growing. What about disparity? Our GDP, while contributes to, in terms of the growth of economy, most of the GDP comes from urban areas, because rural areas, the per capita earning is roughly half of that in urban areas. So talking about disparity, the income share of top 0.1% of our population is as much as 10 to 11%. The income share of top 1% of our population is about 22%. And in that top 1% of population, 40% wealth of the country is concentrated. So there is this, you have to manage this disparity, and one of it's across different domains, but one major domain, if you attack, will be able to deal with this disparity issue better, is this aspect of urban-rural divide. Because as I said, the rural areas, average income is just about half. Now, our GDP consists of roughly half coming from services sector, whereas 1/3 coming from the industry sector, with half of that, that is 1/6 coming from manufacturing, and another 1/6 coming from agriculture. So that is broadly the GDP structure of our country. Now, it is from this status, we have achieved a lot, but there are challenges which we have to overcome. How do you go further? So I believe we need to adopt a graded approach to development. And I'm telling particularly for the budding young scientists, when you deploy science and I'll come to that a little later, but we should be very clear. We don't do science just for publishing some papers. We do science to contribute to pushing knowledge frontiers, contributing to economy of country, contributing to well-being of our people and well-being of our world. So it's in that context, when we look at development, we're quite used to economy-led development. You know, the trading activity which has been going on from time immemorial, it's driven by money transactions. Today, we're talking about technology-led development, new technology, startups, innovation, driven by competitive value addition, and that's where new technology comes in. And we heard in the previous lecture by Dr. Somanath how great contribution can be made by new technology. And now we are talking about knowledge era. So we are now talking about, because manufacturing, which was you have technology, you set up a manufacturing shop and you start producing. Today's manufacturing is itself research-led. Many of the new enterprises, there is a lot of research on the shop floor as the manufacturing takes place. Research-led industries, you have started seeing the glimpse of it in AI, ML, which everybody talks about. But going forward, new technologies, call it in genetics, call it in the cyber security. There are technologies related to brain function, cognition. So these are all areas where actually these are the prime drivers of economy in a very few advanced countries. And if India wants to be there, we need to transform ourselves to be capable among the a production activity, a value addition activity, which is research intensive. And this is where I said that new era, then we could do this value addition and promote human welfare through democratization and decentralization. Otherwise, I'm sure many of you have heard about the fear that we have, what will happen to us in the artificial intelligence era. So there are threats, but if we are competent in that area and deploy that competence in the right direction, then I think we can create a lot of benefit both for us and for the humanity. So I think this is where the importance of knowledge institutions, the colleges you study, the schools you study, becomes very important. We somehow have a notion that you go to college, study, give an exam, get good marks, be a ranker, and then we think that's all done. That, of course, is a first and very important prerequisite. But knowledge institutions, they are actually mini representation of the world yet to come. That is where we should. So I want to give a comparison just to understand where the world is going and where we are at our best. And of course, the country, there is a lot of variation, but so for example, if you look at Stanford, is one of the top universities of the world, and I have given that distribution. Recently you have this QS ranking of universities, 2024, and I counted. IIT Bombay, I found, was at 149th position, and that was the only Indian institution in 150 ranks. So I said, let us see how the other countries are doing, and I found US has 34 universities, China has 7, South Korea has 6, Singapore has 2. Singapore is a small, tiny nation, has 2. India has 1. Now you may ask, so what? The answer to that is, on one side, I had some data on Stanford, so I have written there. And in contrast, I have written something which is applicable to IITs as a whole, because those are clearly the top institutions. Of course, we have Indian Institute of Science as well. So, Stanford University, it has around 2,100 award-winning faculty members, including 19 Nobel laureates, 2 field medalists, which is equivalent to Nobel Prize in mathematics. From Stanford, companies such as Google, Cisco, Yahoo, and I'm not going to read that long list, but you're all familiar with these names. They have emerged from Stanford. And according to a 2012 study, since 1930s, because Stanford is an old institution, Stanford entrepreneurs, the faculty and alumni, have started 39,900, I'm sure that number must have crossed 40,000 now, companies, which in turn have created 5.4 million jobs, generated US dollar 2.7 trillion in revenue annually. India's GDP is around that. Now it is 3 point something. So one university contributes to that kind of revenue annually. Of course, this is one of the best universities. Now, it's not as if that kind of thing is beyond our reach. In fact, I read a statement by our education minister recently, and that said 6 old IITs together have contributed to $300 to $400 billion. But what made me sad was that was to world economy. More than 100 technology products have been developed and deployed at IIT Bombay alone. So we are moving in that direction, but we have a large gap to cover. And that is what I want to talk to you, because this gap can be covered only by you, the young people. In fact, there is this problem of old mindset, which is also a barrier to bridging this gap. And that's why I have chosen to talk to you about this. Now, our higher research and education institutions, clearly they need to be both knowledge creators as well as value creators. And now, you create value at different levels. At the bottom, lowest level, you just leverage raw materials, resources, and pay for imports, and then raw materials over soils, you export. If you don't have raw materials, you import them. If you have excess raw material, you export to other countries. And that has been the basis of economy. And even today, it happens to be a significant part of basis of our economy. And that requires knowledge inputs. Certainly, doing these things cannot be done by people who are not knowledgeable in those domains. So knowledge inputs are in fact necessary. But I would call that as the lowest level of knowledge activity. Go one step higher, you come to adoption of procedural knowledge to create value, supporting core economies, either by muscle work, people who are engaged in manufacturing, or by nerve work, because there is a lot of intellectual thing, particularly in the new knowledge domain, and marginal brain activity, and contribute to the economic activity. And this has started in our country. It has started in a big way. IT revolution was essentially that. But I still call this as a leveraging available knowledge and creating that activity, economic activity. And most of it, I call it procedural knowledge. Somebody has done something, you repeat that. So I become a good engineer. Somebody has built a house, I also do the same way, build another house. Maybe I do little innovation. And that innovation is important. It keeps on, you do it differently to derive some benefit. And all that is a part. But this is still a part of creating value, pursuing a known activity with incremental innovations. But at the highest level, if you want to really work, you must go up to the frontiers of knowledge, create new knowledge, new research, and then build cutting-edge technologies on the basis of that new knowledge. So you are talking about a technology which is the first time ever, which has not been built by anybody. And then you get a much bigger advantage. So you get into R&D intensive high technology activities. That constitutes the main engine of economic growth in today's world. And that's what is happening. The leading countries in the world, and certainly United States and China are very much there. I'm afraid India is not there yet, but we must make attempts to move there. So further new technologies that would exploit new knowledge domains that are emerging, as I said earlier. Typical examples are genetics, quantum physics, cognitive and brain sciences. Now, this is what our knowledge institutions should do. And the quality higher education that is accessible to all is really the key to both taking the economy forward in per capita terms, but also in terms of eliminating the disparity. Because then if you start delivering the knowledge, implementing them in a way that exploits none but empowers everybody, that is where it will really address the challenge that is there before us. Now, how do you achieve this? We have universities. Look at the bottom half of this figure. And I think you will find all our universities have that. We have departments, we have programs, and I'm talking about frontiers of knowledge. So we have PhD programs, there are individuals doing the research. There is industry collaboration. We talk about industry institute interaction. It's become a buzzword, but it is at a very marginal level. I deliberately picked up this slide from a foreign university, the University of Tokyo. But most of the universities which are in the top rung, and it has started happening. For example, I gave examples of IIT or IISc. It is actually happening or beginning to happen there. Now, there the industry share, industry participation has become very high. And the skills and knowledge among the research community in terms of defining programs, defining projects, they are actually significantly different, and I have listed them there. Now, this is the transformation that we must have. The bottom half, which is already there, must get enriched, must become bigger and better, but the top half must be also an equally important and equally big part of our work. And only then you will get this. Now, I have been often defining this as a cultural problem. And again, I'm pointing this out to young people just wanting to get into universities, because this is something that you will have to force the elder people to adopt. Old people, their habits would die, old habits die hard. So there may be very welcome exceptions to that. So take them as your mentors and move forward. Now, this is a diagram from a fairly old paper, 1997. This divides the whole research domain into 4 quadrants, defined by 2 axes. The horizontal axis, consideration for use, the value you create, how much I transfer this technology, how much money I learn, and things of that kind. And the y-axis, vertical axis, the quest for fundamental understanding, whether my paper will win a Nobel Prize or not. And then when you divide the space into this, on this axis in the 4 quadrants, I put it to you that most of our research that takes place in our universities, it actually lies in the bottom left-hand quadrant, which is defined as science that goes nowhere. I want to seek promotion, I must publish 10 papers, I have published 10 papers. Somebody has given this diktat, I have done that. In terms of contribution, what happens, God knows. And I think we should cross that out. That has no place in taking our country forward. If you take the left-hand side top quadrant, which is called the Bohr's quadrant, which is essentially in the domain of pure basic research, because very high emphasis on the fundamental research, taking the knowledge frontiers forward, curiosity-driven, pure voyage to discovery, very important. That's where Nobel Prizes are won. So I think we must make sure that the bottom half of that university structure, which I showed, must be dedicated to achieve success in that quadrant. There may be also a lot of work on the bottom right-hand quadrant. That is called Edison quadrant, pure applied research. You know, Edison's work, he tried hard, kept on experimenting until he developed an incandescent lamp. Today it appears a child's play, but you can imagine how important it was at that time and the way it impacted the world, it transformed the world. That also has an important place, and that is where that industry participation becomes extremely important. Now, while these two are important, the Edison quadrant and the Bohr's quadrant, I think we must try to migrate from both these quadrants into the top right-hand quadrant, which is called Pasture's quadrant, user-inspired basic research. The work that locates at the center of research in an area of basic scientific ignorance that lies at the heart of a social problem. So you must address a problem before humanity, leverage all your knowledge to address that problem, both in terms of the new knowledge as well as in terms of application of technology. And that is what should drive the value system in our economic education and economic activity. The second aspect of that cultural transformation is, according to me, how do you reward the people? You reward people according to the organizational objectives, the value system you pursue. And so people respond to that. So if you say that I will count your papers and give you promotion, then there will be a paper factory, which takes science to nowhere. On the other hand, if you reward the impact in knowledge domain, impact in industrial domain, impact in value creation domain, impact to industry, impact to commercial world, and you must have measures to judge that impact. And higher the impact, higher the reward. If you do that, naturally people will respond. It will automatically, the organizational culture would change. So while I request all young people to make sure that you get into the right frame of mind, but it's also up to the leaders of the organization, the management of the organizations, to make sure that we reward the right values that are dear to our organization. And so I have given two examples there. Again, both connected with transportation, rail transportation. One, to go to high-speed rail, which is an incremental activity. And you can have a technology lab where progressively you increase the speed of the rail by doing both the rolling stock as well as the railroad improvements. And you can reach that. That is how the bullet trains and things like that have come up. And there is a lot of merit to those incremental innovations. But if you say that, no, I want a magnetically levitated train and go high speed, perhaps a lab which is devoted to this incremental progress on mechanical way of transportation cannot do anything. On the other hand, there is a fundamental research institution, let us say, where there are experts on electromagnetics, and they may be pursuing electromagnetics in many, many different directions. Those are the people who probably have a higher chance of creating these new innovations. So the question is, the reward system must be such that even a nut-bolt engineer who derives inspiration from such activities should be able to create a disruptive technology in an environment which is dedicated to fundamental research. Today, in a technology lab, the respect for fundamental research is not at the level as it should be. And in a fundamental research institution, the respect for, I deliberately use that word, nut-bolt technology person, is not at the level as it should be. And that is the transformation that we need to create. Now let me come to another third aspect of, again, the cultural change that we need to achieve. And that is, we all know knowledge is a force multiplier. The human capability has gone up using technologies built through new knowledge. That also, you can leverage that capability, enhance capability, either for exploitation, and that's the animal instinct in all of us, or you can use it for welfare. That's the human instinct, human welfare instinct. So technology is never bad. When we went through this 1974 and 1998 experiments, I was often asked, coming from a Gandhian family, how do you reconcile yourselves to have developed nuclear weapons? And my answer was simple. Technology is never bad. It's the human mind which uses or exploits technology. That determines whether technology is good or bad. Any technology can be used for good purposes. Any technology can be used for evil purposes. So this is an important aspect. So as we pursue our education in education institutions, research institutions, I think development or evolution in human values is also equally important, and perhaps we don't pay adequate attention at all. And so I want to quote H.G. Wells. I'm sure many of you must have already read this, but in the context it's important. Civilization is a race between education and catastrophe. And we talk about sustainability, we talk about pandemic taking us to a cliff edge situation. This is all, I think, also a manifestation of the way we are carrying out our human development activity. We must leverage our demographic dividend through the right quality of education, most importantly, before it is too late. Now, I said one of the ways of minimizing disparity is to bridge the urban-rural gap. And I don't want to take too much of your time, we're already a little late. But I think it's important that just like we have knowledge institutions which create on one side knowledge, on the other side create wealth, but I think we should also have knowledge institutions which do both, but in respect of rural domain. Because I think there is no use in talking about rural development by developing technologies from urban background and say this is good for you. There are many areas where rural people know much better than us, and this I have experienced firsthand. And that is where we are always caught between the conflict between the traditional knowledge and the modern knowledge, or same thing, urban knowledge and the rural knowledge. And I think this is again a kind of a bad manifestation of the mindset that has developed. We need to create an ecosystem, just like we talk about innovation ecosystem. We need to create an ecosystem in rural areas where, of course, you can get technology from wherever to kind of create benefit. But assimilation of that technology, evolution improvement of that technology, and finally creating new technology. All that eventually should happen in the rural domain themselves. As many of you may know, the best of technologies, they arise in garages, not in big workshop, because it is the human mind which is the creator of the technology. So I think we need to pay an attention to education in that context. I will not go into the detail because there is paucity of time. So we need to create an enabling environment where there are several things, and again I'm not going to list them here, but things have started happening. For example, there is only one research park at IIT Madras. If you go to other countries, I know in a country like Sweden, there were 70 research parks when we had only one. So that is, just by using buzzwords, things don't happen. We need, for a size of India, we need 500 such research parks. Similar to IIT Madras Research Park is a great success story. They have started building now, other IITs have added, but it should be there everywhere. So, and this is just one example. Likewise, there are several other things. Most important thing is what I call the triple helix framework for large platforms. I told you about India has missed the microelectronics revolution. Why? Because we're not clear whether government will invest. We're not sure whether such large investment will go anywhere, or whether industry will invest. Again, not sure whether government policies will be in tune with that investment. And so the fab never took shape in our country. Now, I hope something will happen. But it is because of this triple helix framework, the government wanting to develop policies, also make some investment, the industry knowing the future, taking initiative and creating investments, and academia bringing in the new knowledge. Together when they work, only then these big platforms get developed, and so on and so forth. Now you want to achieve that, again on the ethics plane or the human values plane, so far, or till recently, I would say, earlier I talked about this trader's mindset, the lowest level of knowledge activity, which enables you to do trading activity. When you do trading activity, your eyesight is on the profit. Your eyesight is on the difference in the what I give, what I take, and what marginal benefit I create. Now, this is inevitable. Any activity, this is absolutely inevitable. So, transactional mindset you cannot eliminate. It is necessary. But if everything is only about transactional mindset and knowledge, India has been a great knowledge country. We have a great knowledge tradition. But if that knowledge sits on a pedestal and doesn't interact with the society or economy enough, then the transactional mindset prevails. That mindset, I'm afraid, will not be that virtuous as compared to a mindset where knowledge comes down from the pedestal, becomes a part of the society, knowledge economy, as I was mentioning. It becomes a part of economy, part of society. You give a lot of importance to knowledge-based new values that get created. And under such a situation, what really arises is entrepreneurship. And a trader's mindset and an entrepreneur's mindset, there is one significant difference, and that is while you're in an entrepreneur's mindset, there is always a joy of creation. Just like a good artist has a huge joy of creation, an entrepreneur always creates new products, new innovation, new things, and there is a joy of creation. And in such a mindset, I think this trader's mindset will come down relatively, and I think the society will automatically become more virtuous society. You don't create virtuous society by giving discourses, because I can attend a discourse in the evening after committing sins of the day, feel that now I have washed my sins and be ready for sins next day. You don't create a virtuous society. Whereas when you practice yourself, you do in fact lead to a virtuous society. And that is where human development will take place. And that is where the human values will take precedence over the animal values. And that is where you will get a better society. So I come to my last slide, which is more a cartoon, just to convey what I said so far. It's interesting. We talk about diversity. Diversity also has become one of the buzzwords. We talk about diversity in nature, very important. We must talk about it, respect, enrich diversity. But we don't respect diversity in knowledge activities. So this cartoon, this is a teacher who has a class, and you can see the students in that class. Now teacher says, I have to give you same exam. And that exam is climb the tree. How good is that exam, and how good is that class, and how good is the value of students coming out of that class? Ponder over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for such an interesting deliberation and talk. Yeah. So I open this for question and answer. If anyone has questions to ask, please go ahead. We'll take one or two questions because we are having a paucity of time. Anyone wants to ask a question to Dr. Kakodkar? Any question from the students, audience? Students? Yeah. Yeah. Can you provide a mic to Prashant?
So my name is Prashant. My question to you is the highlight of your presentation I thought was going forward we should look at innovation and entrepreneurship as one of the focus area. But the measurement of the success of an academic institute is still today about the training and placement office and what is the salary of the student. Knowing Goa, how much time it will take for us to transform that position to the new position?
Well, I think great question. And I was a member of a committee which was tasked to look at future of Goa. And the conclusion there was, in fact, Goa has tremendous opportunity to become a knowledge hub for the country. I think even today, the number of education institutions, and particularly high repute, you have IIT, you have NIT also.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You have IIM, you have BITS Pilani, you have a medical college. So I think Goa, and of course besides the university itself, not to forget the university. So there is a great opportunity. But as I said, making this transition is a cultural problem. And that cultural problem, it's not as if it's there only in Goa or state A or state B. It's across the country, all of us. There is a issue of the way we have evolved. You know, our families are, parents dictate what the child should do. We don't have, it's only now that slowly we have started looking at our children as somebody who are worthy of discussing things with us. Otherwise, we always give instructions. Do like that, do like that. You know, that's a mindset which prevails across the society. That's also the mindset that prevails in the institution. So many times I have seen in one place a young chap was recruited. He was given a task. He was very smart. So he finished that task and went back to his boss. So boss gave him another task. So again he finished this task. Third time the boss got irritated. He said, if you have finished your task, if you don't do work for one day, nothing will happen. Now, that is very irritating, very negative, and it will demoralize that young person for life. We don't recognize that. On the other hand, rather than giving a task, if you had created a mindset in the boy that, well, let's look around, what are the problems we have? What are the capabilities we have? Ask the young person, what are the things we can do? And then say that, well, maybe you explore this or you explore that. The person will be on his or her own path. He won't come and bother you, give me the next task. And you can also take interest without affecting your own activities and say, okay, you have done this, now you do this, if you have a suggestion. If you don't have a suggestion, at least give a pat on the back. Now, this is what is important. Otherwise, I think Goa has all the infrastructure. No issue. Same as all other states in the country, all the infrastructure. So we need to change ourselves. That's my fundamental point.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, wonderful. Thank you, sir. Now we move into a third technical session. As you all know, that we just awarded the Young Scientist Award, Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Yuva Scientist Award to Dr. Madhav Raj. So the third lecture is of Dr. Madhav Raj. He's basically speaking about his own contribution into space science and how he was and how he felt in terms of on the day where the Vikram was about to land on the moon South Pole. May I request Dr. Madhav Raj to please continue.
No, I'll do it from here.
So please.
Hello everyone. Today I'll be talking about the works which I have been doing in my center, which is URO Satellite Center, which comes as part of Indian Space Research Organization. My center works on satellite. We basically, based on the need of our country, we design the satellite. The need can be put in these categories which I have listed here. First one is the Earth observation satellites, where we have to look at the oceans or the land or the weather. So those part comes in that part of the classification. The second part comes in the communication satellites, where the GSAT missions, where geosynchronous satellites comes in that category. The basic fundamental use of this is one thing which we use in our day-to-day life is DTH service. And the next one is the navigation satellite, which will be the replacement of GPS system of the US system. The next one is a science exploration, in which Astrosat, Chandrayaan, Mars mission, Aditya mission, all these things are for the future science innovations. These satellites will be put into use. And the last one is the experimental mission, where with the other centers we work on the missions as a collaborative things. Coming to the contribution from my side to the Chandrayaan 3, I'll be giving a glimpse idea of what is my team was working and also the other teams which have contributed from our center. First thing is why we have chosen the moon. The reason for choosing the moon is, I'll list one by one, which is the closest celestial body to our Earth. If we have to explore Mars or Venus or any mission, first we have to sustain on the moon. Then, because it will give an idea of how much technologies has to be developed and whether the technology is working or not. Because the shortest time between the moon will be 10 days, 5 days to go and 5 days to come. And if we have a higher launch vehicles, we can do it in 3 plus 3 days. If there is any problem in the technologies, then we can able to sort it out. Suppose if we are going to Mars, the return time itself will take 3 plus and 3 plus years. So those kind of scenarios, failure was not to be expected. So that's the reason moon should be our fundamental base for the future exploration. Second is the lower gravity. The lower gravity means because in the moon the gravity is 1/6 of our Earth. So whatever conventional technology what we have here, like aerobraking or the atmosphere, we don't have it over there. So we have to use engines for doing the design, or for decelerating the design or accelerating the design. The last point will be the finding of water by the Chandrayaan-1 spacecraft, because that gives an idea that we have to explore it, and this is closest to celestial body which will be in the future. And where to go to the moon? The US and other space agencies have already explored the equatorial part of the moon, but the Chandrayaan-1, which gave an idea there is a water finding at the South Pole, that was a starting point for the Chandrayaan-2 spacecraft to be selected at the South Pole of the mission. Here, this graph shows some of the landing site which has been already been done by the other space agencies. The site which has been chosen for the Chandrayaan-2 as well as Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft was near to the South Pole. There was a slight difference between the Chandrayaan-2 and Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft because we got a much higher data for Chandrayaan-3 rather than Chandrayaan-2. In Chandrayaan-2, since we don't have the very good camera during that mission, we used US LRO data for choosing the site. Once the Chandrayaan-2 was made, the CH2 orbiter was having a very fine camera. Based on that, the Chandrayaan-3 site was been updated. So that was a major contribution of Chandrayaan-2 orbiter for the Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft mission. Then how to go to the moon? As we all know, we have the satellites here, and in order to reach the moon, it has to be injected from and it has to be escaped, it has to be lifted off at a particular height from the Earth's surface. So we have to use the launch vehicles. This is a typical launch vehicle which is it has solid boosters, because solid boosters will be used at the starting stage of the launch vehicle. Then we will be using I think there is a liquid engine which will be at the bottom, and then third stage will be the cryogenic engine. The cryogenic engine which will be littered almost at the top of the thing, and at a particular point in time, the spacecraft will be ejected. That point in time will be decided based on the geometry in which the Earth and Moon will be coming for the Chandrayaan-3 landing site. So typically the launch vehicle will be giving an orbit of 180 into 36,000 kilometer. It looks like a ellipse because the perigee at which the spacecraft will be injected, which will be 180, because of the kinetic energy, the maximum potential energy will be risen, which will be going to 36,000 kilometer. So since we are already in that orbit, then only our job, our satellite center job will start, because after the launch vehicle has injected the spacecraft into the elliptical parking orbit at a particular geometry, our job is to take it to the moon. So the conventional way of our country is by raising apogee until it reaches the moon. The dotted circle which you can see here is the moon's orbit around the Earth, which is almost 4 lakhs kilometers from the Earth center. So at every point in time, based on the alignment of the moon, the orbit has to be risen, and it is it has been selected based on the path. For example, as the moon is coming towards its apogee, we should make sure the apogee comes. Apogee is nothing but the highest point of the orbit, which will be capturing the moon. As soon as it enters into the moon's orbit, it will be in a hyperbolic orbit. It means if you don't capture the moon, it will again come back to the Earth, a sphere of influence itself. The reason is the moon itself is within the SOI of Earth. Once it has reached the moon, we have to fire the engines, which is a liquid engine in the propulsion module. That will make sure your orbit will make it as a circular orbit, because we are attempting for the soft landing. So most of the energy which we are capturing in the moon has to be killed with the propulsion module itself. So we will be circularizing. We had circularized the orbit around the moon almost 150 into 150 kilometer using the propulsion module, which is shown here. And the lander module was sitting above the propulsion module. This is a typical design from our team. I'll be playing this. So that was elliptical parking orbit. Then we are doing the engines from the propulsion module. As the orbit of the elliptical parking orbit keeps on increasing, the reason of doing that is we will have flexibility in the design. If there is any contingencies or if there is any problem in the spacecraft, we can able to correct it. And this designs has been made at a particular point in time in this 42 days in such a way that when we are trying to do the last maneuver, which is nothing but your trans-lunar injection maneuver, so that the spacecraft will be directly going to the moon. During these missions, at every orbit, there is if there is an error which is happening because of the engine, because none of the systems are perfect. Anyway, error will be in attitude and engine will be happening. So those things will be corrected as the maneuver was happening. Here you can see when it was reaching the moon, because of its moon's effect itself, the spacecraft itself was getting inserted into the moon, and the red is a firing, which makes that it doesn't come back to the Earth's surface. So that was a very critical maneuver in one of the from the liquid propulsion module. And this is the conventional strategy we used so that we are making sure the kinetic energy which is in the spacecraft when we are capturing the moon, we will reduce as much as possible from the propulsion module itself. When we entered the moon, it was almost 2.7 kilometers per second. Then because of the engine firing, we made it almost to 1.6 kilometers per second based on the propulsion module propellant itself. That one what I showed was a simulation video. This was the actual video that was captured by the propulsion module camera when it was when we are doing the LOI maneuver, which is the lunar orbit insertion maneuver. Here you can see so much craters because we were capturing almost close to the south pole of the moon. Here you can see the shadows are coming in because the sun geometry at which when we are capturing the spacecraft with respect to moon was on the other side. So at the initial part, the part of the moon was visible, then it was going into the darker side. Now once we made orbit around the moon, now the objective is to land on the moon. Since the Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft was having two modules, one is lander module and one more was the propulsion module. First we have to make it a separation. The lowest orbit at which the power descent was, target was 30 kilometer. The reason of choosing 30 kilometer was, conventionally the power descent starts at 15 to 30 kilometer. But for Chandrayaan 3, we also had a backup site which comes almost 3 days later. Suppose if you are missing the prime site on the landing day, then because of the moon's effect on the orbit itself, it was reducing to 18 kilometer. So we made sure that without any extra propellant expenditure from the almost 18 kilometer, even when we go to the backup site. And the apogee of the orbit, as I said, it was 125 kilometer based on because of that orbital track has to come. For example, if you are landing on the site, the lunar day, which our chairman said it was almost 14 days the sun will be there and 14 days night will be there. And we have to make sure the orbit comes on the sunrise day, because then only we will have the next 12 to 13 days for doing the experiments, because again after that 14 days the temperature will go as low as minus 200 to minus 360 degree. So that's the reason the track should come exactly on the sunrise day of the landing site that we have chosen. So how to land on the moon? We are already have an orbit, and how to land now. Now the question is, we have to navigate. It's like I can say it's like a car, and you have to go from the particular point to another particular point. So we have to navigate the lander craft. Typically like your GPS. So I am already, as I told, we have already reached an orbit which is almost 30 into 130 kilometer. So now we have to go. In a typical GPS, how we do, we know the current location, we know where to go. So if we put, it will choose a route. It will give an initial route how it should go. But as we are going through the route, what happens? There can be error in the route, or we can miss a turn. Then automatically the Google Map update itself to show a new site to go to the same point where we wanted to go. This is like a fundamental phenomena which also will be, which has been implemented in the Chandrayaan 3 lander craft. We have navigation, guidance and control. Navigation is nothing but where we are at, to know the position in the space with respect to some orbital reference frame. Guidance is the one where we have to go and from which point we have to go. So that comes as a guidance. Control is the part where it will take us, it's like a steering wheel which will take us through the route to the final destination. So all these three problems, we call it as a GNC problem, which is a part of my specialization. Since there is no GPS in moon, how to do the navigation in moon? So that's where our antenna systems all across our, as well as in Bangalore, as well as in the other countries we are using. On the landing day, that was one of the crucial difference between the Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, because even though we have a support from JPL, we made sure the landing happens in our Bangalore network, which was ISTRAC. Yeah, so with the communication will be always from the station to the spacecraft until the power descent start. As the power descent start, it's a fully automated sequence, but until the power descent start, we have to feed the lander exact position where we are at. And the subsequent part, guidance and control, which has been already been tested by so much simulations and a hardware test, that will take care from the starting point to the final point, because we know already the final point also, the nominal final point. So that is how the design has been made. These are the sensors from the various centers for doing this mission we got. This is a typical lander. We have a liquid throttable engine from our LPSC team, which is the first development of our ISRO, which has 800 Newton. Conventionally, we had a 440 Newton thrusters, which has a typical ISP of 315 meter per second. And also the unique speciality of this engine is a throttable engine. It means I can demand the thrust from maximum value to a minimum value of 45 to 50%, which is required for such landing missions. So because for this landing mission, this engine has been developed. And the next is the reaction control system, which is always there in any spacecraft missions, because in order to control the attitude, the small thrusters has to fire. Coming to the velocity sensor, in order to predict how fast I'm going to reach the site, I need the absolute measurement in the system. Somebody can ask, I have already loaded the system with the initial knowledge, but why to have these kind of systems on the way to grow? The reason is, because once in the Google Map, what we do, even though before we start from our home or office, we used to see what is the route. But as we are going, what happens, there will be an error, there can be a traffic signal, we can miss the turn. So an update has to come. What kind of errors are going to happen, and based on that errors, we should update our trajectory to the same site. Altitude sensor is the one which is going to give the how much far away from the surface. The hazard camera is, so after we reach the site, so even though we have loaded the map based on our Chandrayaan-2 orbiter craft, because of the errors, inherent errors which are happened in the system, the site can be a little bit off. And also in order to get a final clearance from the site where we are going to land, we have to use this camera. So this is a typical power descent trajectory design. Basically, we are moving at a very high speed with respect to the moon. So when we are going to stop it, we have to push, suppose if somebody is we have to stop somebody who is coming at a very high speed, we have to push the vehicle on the opposite direction. So at the starting point of the power descent, the force from the engine should be almost opposite to the direction of velocity. And when we are landing, the only force which we are going to have is, if the velocity is 0, it will be the gravity. So the force should be opposite to your gravity. And these 2 points has to be connected by a trajectory, which we call it in optimal control theory as a 2-point boundary valley problem. So which will give what is your position and velocity, which has to be there during the course of time. And that has to be achieved in on real time. And after you reach there, that's where your horizontal the hazard camera which will come into picture. Even though we are near the site, suppose after reaching there, because of the error, if there is a boulder or crater over there, there could be a slight shift and we have to land at a different point. So because of this, those cameras has to be inbuilt. But even though these facilities and all these contingencies has been built in the lander, but it was a textbook landing for our ISRO Chandrayaan-3 mission. This is the overall trajectory profile which I have worked on, and my team also worked on it. One is one which is starting from your Earth, how to reach the moon and how to go to the orbit where the sunrise is there, and how to make sure that the separation between the lander as well as the propulsion module happens within the stations available network. And once it is separated, what are the points which has to be achieved? These points are nothing but we call it as a wave point in space, because in space we have to know where we are going and what point and what velocity we are going. So those are called as a wave points, and that will be make sure the spacecraft will be taking to the landing site what we are thinking. And even though these are all mathematical simulations, our URSC center, as well as with the help of other centers, it has to be tested on ground, because once we are going there, all these things will happen in real time, because the delay and the decision making can be done from the stations available in the Earth because of the very short duration. These are some of the tests that has been carried out, which will test all the GNCs which was developed by the other teams at the LPSC center. And finally is the lander leg test that also is done in the URSC center from our mechanisms team, which will test the lander leg, how much it can handle. The improvement that has been done with respect to Chandrayaan-2 and Chandrayaan-3 is almost 2 times, because Chandrayaan-2 limitation was 1 meter per second, but Chandrayaan-3, the limitation of the lander leg which can sustain was almost 3 meter per second. So these are the additional margins that has been built in Chandrayaan-3 to have a safe landing. This is a landing video which I think you would have watched during the August 23rd. As you can see, as the power descent started, the images which we are seeing on the moons, which was nearly to the nadir looking point. As you are coming closer and closer, you can see the spacecraft velocity will keep on reducing, and you can see so many boulders are there. So the one more important point is pinpoint landing, because already the landing site has been chosen such that the sunrise is over there. And even if you are suppose there is a deviation in the system, what will happen is the site will be can be dark, or it can be boulders, and it can be craters. Even though the system has been designed for handling all those situations, we have to make sure that it should go to the nominal point. And every time, even though we have a backup point, only the primary design which has been designed has been implemented, and it has been executed for the Chandrayaan-3. Here you can see there is a slight horizontal shift and all it's happening because that's what hovering, all those things were happening. Coming after landing, also there was an important moment which is nothing but your rover deployment from the lander craft, because if the design is like that, the rover is mounted within your lander craft, because until it lands, the rover can't come out. And as soon as it lands also, you should make sure the sun is on the right side of it. Here you can see the shadow comes on the left side, because we have to make sure the landing happens in this way, because as the 14 days goes, the moon goes from this side and it will go to the opposite side, and it will come, and it will never come to the rover side of deployment. That's the reason there is no solar panel over there. And also you can see as the rover is opening up, the solar panel is exactly to the nadir of the sun. So it also gets a power, because until 42 days it was inside the lander. So that was one of the key moments to decide how the trajectory should go at the sunrise time of the landing site. That has been decided. Now we have seen the simulation result. This was the real onboard camera video, which was also available in the public forum. Here, as you can see, the deployment of the rover is happening, and the rover is slowly coming out. And also you can see the solar panel, which is also opened, which will get, as soon as it comes out, the sun is on the other side to illuminate the rover, and it was moving forward. You can see the shadow, it is on the other side. All these were part of the trajectory design, because we know where the sun will be, where the site will be, and how the trajectory should go to that side was designed. Coming to the next experiment is the propulsion model. This was a key thing for the future missions, because when we are trying to return our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi was told that 2040 we should land on the moon, we should also bring them safely. So since our propulsion module was already there, we have to, since there was a propellant was there, I mean the marginal propellant was there, we tried to make sure that how it is possible to bring back to the Earth. So we made 3 maneuvers so that it will be coming to the Earth's surface. And you can see that there was a flybys of the moon 3 times. And also you can see the orbit which is made with respect to the Earth center. This gives us software capability as well as idea how to bring back the spacecraft, and also it gives us how much delta V, how much propellant has to be there for the future missions. So this was an experimental mission, and this was not planned before the Chandrayaan-3. After we landed, since there was a propellant was there in the propulsion module, we thought we will do this exercise so that it will give us confidence in the upcoming missions. This is also one of the missions where my team is working on. I will be showing in behalf of them, which is Aditya mission trajectory. Here also the conventional method of raising your apogee to a certain extent so that it goes towards looking to the moon. It actually doesn't go closer to the moon, but what it happens is we will get a field of view which will be shown here. It is called as a halo orbit. The reason is it will be put in a particular region where your sun's pull and the Earth's pull is getting nullified. So basically it remains there. So that's the idea of it. And if you put there, what happens is it has a continuous looking over the sun without any interruptions. So this was the trajectory design done from my other team, which is implemented in Lagrangian mission. And in January, this will be inserted into the halo orbit, and it has typically 6 months lifetime of the spacecraft. Coming to the future mission, which our teams are working, is the Venus Orbiter mission. The Venus Orbiter mission, the objective is to have the aerobraking technology. See, in Moon, we don't have the atmosphere, so we used our liquid propulsion engine for reducing your orbital speed. But Venus is not like that. We have an atmosphere. So these are all a development project. So we call it as a technology demonstration project. So where you can see that Venus spacecraft is going and the Venus is coming, because Venus is closer to the sun than the Earth. And as soon as it goes closer, it should be getting captured, similar to our Chandrayaan-3 or MOM mission. So when it goes closer to the moon, it will be again captured based on the liquid propulsion engine. But the problem is, after you capture, you don't have to spend so much of propellant for making an orbit around, or to reduce the orbit. We can use, if the technology of the materials or everything is developed, then we can make sure it goes through, every pass goes through the atmosphere, so that the orbit size keeps on reducing to make it a circular orbit, instead of spending our propellant which have carried, and those can be used for the payload of the Venus spacecraft. So this was one of the projects our team is also working on it. And this concludes my presentation. This is one of the images I am thrilled to see on that day, because after so much of work, this photograph shows that it has successfully landed and no one can question us on the South Pole. Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to take any questions if you have.
Thank you, Dr. Madhav Raj. It's a wonderful journey of yours into making what we are proud of. Now the session is open for question answers. I'm sure students may be having many questions. May I request students to please ask the questions? Yeah, so we'll begin with him.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Devansh. I saw your slide of the aerobraking technology to be used on Venus. So looking at the number of turns it will have to go while slowing down, that means that much amount of time it will also have to aerobrake through the atmosphere. So the amount of heat shield that will be lost in that process and the material that will be required to make the heat shield, do we have the technology, or like you said, if the materials are developed by then, only then it could be implemented?
Right now we don't have the technology. We are developing it. That's why we call it as a technology demonstration project. As you rightly told, it will go through so many processes through the atmosphere, and your satellite system should be able to handle all this number of passes, and your thermal, they are the critical parameters which has to be looked at.
Okay. In terms of duration of time, how much time it will total spend in this process of passing through the atmosphere, and that heat shield should last that much duration?
It actually depends on your orbit at which you are capturing the Venus orbit. For this kind of simulations, what I have showed, it will take 4 to 6 months to reduce the orbit, but it purely depends on the surface area of your spacecraft and the orbit which you are capturing into the Venus orbit.
Right. Out of that 4 to 6 months, how much area is through the atmosphere? How much time duration is through the atmosphere?
Those kind of details are right now not in the picture, because we are talking about right now only as a point mass model in the system.
Okay.
Based on this is the starting point. For example, if it is 6 months, if somebody has to reduce this time or increase the time, we have to put a surface area perpendicular to your entry point, and that will reduce your time. So those are the things which will be derived from this design.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Madhav Raj. Yeah, thank you. This has now we have come to the end of our 3 technical sessions. The session number 1 was, of course, delivered by Dr. S. Somanath, the chairman of ISRO, followed by Dr. Anil Kakodkar, and then Dr. S. Madhav Raj. Just to give a small background about the Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav, as if our chairman has already spoken about it. But today's sessions were organized in 9 different locations. NIU being the main venue where we had the inaugural session, and also simultaneously we also had lectures in 8 different venues, cross-cutting across the state of Goa. The venues were in Kanukona, Kepe, Darbandura, Sankli, Madgaon, and Pedne, and also in Bits Pilani in Vasco. The speakers in each of the venues, 2 speakers spoke and did presentation, and I just got a feedback. I was getting feedbacks from our venue in charges, and all these lectures, including the NIO, have been well appreciated, and a lot of interactions among the question answers and interactions that we saw as part of 5th edition of Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav. This particular event was conceived way back in 2019, and today we are in 2023, and we continue to do our best to ensure that we get best minds of scientific minds across the country and the globe, so that they come interact with you, speak about their achievements, that what they have done in terms of their scientific journey. Because as Dr. Kakodkar sir has already spoken, that more you interact with the students, more you learn, more knowledge that you generate, and that scientific knowledge will certainly take us as a productive and also developed country in terms of scientific vision and also scientific vigor, so that our India becomes powerful, not just in terms of human resources, but also in terms of scientific knowledge that we hold. So today's lectures were not just confining to the space sciences, but also the today's lectures were cross-cutting both in terms of natural sciences, wildlife, ecology, and also the physics, thermodynamics, and also chemistry. So 19 greatest minds in scientific world have come today, and interacting more than 6,000 students physically, and we also have more than many students and general public viewing our telecast both on our YouTube channel at the same time on the Facebook. So this has happened because, of course, the guidance of Honorable Chairman of this Manohar Parrikar Advisory Committee, and also Chairman of the Goa State Public Service Commission. He has been pillar and he is guiding force for all of us. We are working tirelessly for the last 5 years. And we conceived this idea, of course, in 2019, but this idea has actually grown up into what we are today saying is a thought, and this thought is certainly lead to an action. And I'm sure in future also we will see from Goa an eminent scientist like Dr. Kakodkar, Dr. S. Somanath, Madhav Raj, and many people whom we believe and worship as the greatest minds of the country. It is also, as you know, that this initiative is done through the Department of Science, Technology and Waste Management. The director, Dr. Levinson Martins, has been a pillar as a support with all of us, and young minds and young engineers that we have at Goa Waste Management Corporation, who have actually taken this as a mission, and they are working both tirelessly, both in day and nights. And what we see today is a collective efforts of not just people who are working in the office, outside the office, but it is a collective efforts of all the people who are in the system, right from Honorable Chief Minister for Science, Technology and Waste Management, line departments like Pollution Control Board, Goa State Council for Science Technology, and all the venues that they have come forward and provided, including the Don Bosco, Madgaon, and many venues that we have today, and their support and collaboration that has actually led to what we have today. This is just a background that I thought I wish to bring in, and also place on record the appreciation and also thanks to all the people who have actually worked tirelessly in making this festival a great success, and certainly we will look forward in future too of your participation. As a formal, Sir Narona sir, of course, he has led this, and I request sir to formally thank all our esteemed speakers who have spared their time and have come together and have delivered lectures. I request sir to kindly thank each one of them.
Yeah, very good afternoon. I know you're all hungry. We're all going to go for lunch. I'll just take a minute. grateful to Dr. Kakodkar. Thank you, sir, for having come here, enlightened us. And we hope we see more universities in the QS list in the future for the country. Dr. Somanath, you've outlined the vision of ISRO. Thank you. We understand it well now. The young scientist, Dr. Madhav Raj, for having told us about the landing, about the forces. The youngsters here, perhaps, who know physics well, would have understood you much better. We have a lot of thanks to NIO, Dr. Sunil Singh, who we repeatedly have to come to him and seek his support and guidance to help us with these speakers. For those of you who don't know, this process normally begins in the month of July or August. So we make a trip to Delhi. We met with the principal scientific advisor to the Prime Minister, Dr. Ajay Sood, who helps us to source the lecturers or the scientists who will come and speak here. Then we begin a correspondence with them. Sometimes they're available, sometimes they're not. So, there's a lot of effort that goes to get this done. Levinson Martins has also been there with us all the while. Sujit Dongre, the entire team from the Solid Waste Management Corporation, Pollution Control Board officials, and those who we can't name and have forgotten, do excuse me for that. I thank you once again to the organizers, to the speakers, and we look forward to seeing you here next year for the 6th edition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Once again, we thank each and every dignitary and each and every student, participant, teacher, scientist who've participated in this 5th edition of Manohar Parrikar Vidnyan Mahotsav. It is said that nothing brings people together like a delicious lunch. It's time for lunch. Please proceed towards lunch and enjoy your meals. Thank you so much once again, and I wish we expect a huge response from all the students. And we wish safe travel back home to all of you all. Just a moment, please don't move, don't leave. A kind request, first let the students sitting in the gallery, let them move